Okay. Are we going? Okay, here we are. Ooh, excuse me. Okay. So today is gonna be a day for refreshing some skills and gonna attend a seminar as well, or like a talk at shoot. Okay, never mind. Oh, that's fine. Um I gotta fix some hotkeys. Not quite working the way I want it to. I got this new thing going on though. Like I had this set up a while ago where I could like do zoom and zoom in and move around, and then I can like lock it in and then move my mouse around. Got that from I think it was Andy Stone on YouTube. Has a bunch of OBS related tutorials and stuff. There's some really cool things. Okay, I'm gonna get started. I got to adjust something before I really get started. I'm gonna do my my startup routine. Eat a frog. I haven't been doing this, honestly. Like I have a couple, but record a channel update. Yeah, do some networking stuff. Yeah, there's always some friction when it comes to networking stuff. I'm always just very reluctant to reach out to people. Okay. Oh, there's something in the chat. Hang on a second. Why does it say there was a chat rate? Chat one. I don't know what that's about. The see something. See anybody else in here? This is the right thing, right? Chat rates back to zero. I don't know what that was about. But there was something in the chat. In thing on there too. Well, yeah. Really wish YouTube was better as well. So, yeah, all right, Facebook's already gone. Had an Instagram for a hot minute, and then I just couldn't stomach it. And then yeah, joined Blue Sky just recently because I was still apprehensive about how that was going to turn out, but it looks like it's really fun. Blue Sky has, let's see, um, one of my favorite peoples. Lots of my favorite peoples. Good to see Brian Keegan again. His posts always very active. Kieran Healy, so funny. If you like some academic snark, Kieran Healy is the cream of the crop when it comes to delivering some academic snark. Let's see. Ruben Lerner. Splat? What the heck is Splat? Yeah, you can use it to unpack operation. Well, you can unpack lists and iterators. Yeah. Who else was I looking for? Like, I need to find some more people that I had lost in my transition from Twitter to what I want to say, from Twitter to Mastodon. There was like a couple Mastodon instances that I went to, and then uh lost a lot of the, like, a lot of people left there. They were there for a minute and then left, and yeah. I guess chat rate. Yeah, I wanted to just make sure that the chat is working here. Go to studio and see that that's working. Love chat. Seems to be working. Go to video analytics. Oops. Content. You have to go to like lives and then go to there. And then if you go to control room, there it is. There it is. Okay. And then, okay, so that is the chat. For some reason, I don't know why. Thought that maybe it was not working correctly. Okay, let's go back to this tango here. Let's see, you're gonna have to have that one there, right? So Arger. Can't have 3 of the same in a row. So we're gonna have those, and those. There we go for that. And then
we humans have a way of
2 more.
Things, be it our keys, our socks, or that charging cord for our phone.
Or my brain. I just misplace my brain all the time.
Wireless charging keeps your phone all juiced up and ready to use.
I don't think the ducking is working right for this desktop audio, is it? Maybe it is. I'm not sure.
Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for details.
Welcome to episode 3024 of your daily guided meditation.
Daily guided meditations. Have some calm sounds from Mary Meckley.
I actually have 2 important challenges. The first challenge is to brag about yourself. So I wonder if you're writing.
Oh, can I brag about myself?
You're good at, your strengths, something that you do each day that helps you to build resilience, and something you do each day.
Ooh, build resilience.
You notice is a talent or strength of yours. And I also
Yeah.
that you're able to share this with someone else, and that you're feeling more
Resilience is a virtue in a fucked up society, isn't it?
even begin to notice that your brag buddy begins to point things out about you that are strengths. And you could even ask this person what your strengths are. I remember one time I had an assignment for some kind of course I was taking, and I had to meet 2 friends separately. And
Oh, you know what? That's not necessarily true here for this.
what they thought I was
Okay.
what they thought that my strengths were. And this was
So we got
very
that on
interesting.
there, though.
And what was most interesting of all is that they both said exactly the same thing. So I knew that that was
What else can I do here?
what they told me is actually something
There,
not
there.
sharing. I share this with my family.
2, 3, so it's got to be in here, right?
But they thought that I should
Oh
share
wait, no. It's got to be here, so we can't have that there. Oh, okay. There we go. Right. It's got to be there. So, what does that mean then? Solve that then.
And they really enjoyed that. It's something I loved doing, but I didn't want to do it on a large scale. I just enjoyed doing it.
1, 2, 3,
So
4.
you might find
1,
that
2,
some things
3,
that you
4.
are
1,
good at and that
2,
you enjoy
3,
doing,
4.
that might be a strength.
So blue has got to be in that one. Well, of course, because it's right there. What am I? Oops, sorry. I just punched my microphone. Okay, that sets the light gray. Orange there. And it's going to be in the other one there. And then so. It'll be there and there. There we go. Okay. It's a little bit slower. My brain's working a little bit slower here this morning. Let's go. Go. Okay, so that could be things to pass. Don't pass go. In Monopoly. What about board games? No, Swift. Ah. Oh. They're gonna. Well, it's Swift isn't really a programming language, is it? I guess it is. I thought it was a framework. Yeah. Python, Java, and C++. Let's see the complaints. People love to gloat on here, don't they? 3 guesses. One guess. Provider enrollment specialist. And you got it in one? She must be doing some programming. I don't know, I'm skeptical. But a lot of people are learning programming now, so. Go is rather popular. I want to see some people complaining. No, I didn't get it. Yeah, that's my same. I went with board games. Didn't think it was going to be programming language. Tutor and triple major. Wow. Methodist University. Okay. I gotta find some people. Like, I gotta find my people on here. They've got to be here. They're not many of them, because the people that like I probably gel with aren't on LinkedIn. Like, anti-capitalist, anti-corporate types don't typically go onto LinkedIn. Opposite of heaven. Hell, helpful clue is a hint. Hill. Search as for a new handle of a hint. Word meaning to provide assistance. Word meaning to inflict damage or cause pain.
become disciplined about something you might not even
The
know
first
that
word may be
you're
at the
personally
bottom.
doing.
Okay.
So, what is important is to set a schedule. I've found this has been
Oh,
critical
I
for
yell.
me when I'm trying to pursue
But
a
to
big
scream
goal.
out, and that word meaning to
I
provide
set a schedule
assistance would be
and
help.
I'm really disciplined
The other
with
thing would be
my
hurt.
physical body, how I take care
Ah,
of my body, what I'm eating,
brain is a little bit slow today.
and also what
Oh,
I'm learning. So what I'm
okay.
reading, what I'm maybe being trained on.
Ba-ba-ba-da-bum-bum.
When I have
Ba-ba-ba-la-bum-bum.
these four pillars, including your
Ba-ba-ba-la-bum-bum.
body, your spirituality, and then your goal or project itself. So
Ba-dum-bum-boo-doo-boo-doo-boo-doo.
what I do is I commit to waking up really early and getting a head start on the day. I'll exercise and I'll have everything planned and laid out in advance. So I'll have my water with my lemon in it and a little cayenne pepper right next to
Just
my
one
bed
roller,
so
so
I
I'll
can
be right
first
back.
thing and hydrate. And then I will have my fitness clothes right there so I can slip into them and get ready to exercise. Then I will meditate and journal. And then I'm usually reading something inspirational. And then it's off to the races. I am fully focused on this goal and I'm working hard on it. And I'll work on it in the morning for probably 3 hours. And then I'll take a break and I'll do other things. I've had my recordings for 10 years. I've been doing this for 10 years. Well, I wanted to select this one for you because it was a popular series and people really enjoyed a lot of the insight I shared during this series. So I thought that I would share this particular series with you at this time. And many of you have also reached out to me. I always appreciate your messages letting me know
Do this, we
that
did
you
that. We have a
are
calendar. We know
wanting
what's
more
up for today.
understanding. And that's
Gotta
what
do
this
this
series is all about.
CDC
Is if
event
you're
here.
learning techniques and
Take action
insight
on
on
emails
being
later.
resilient.
And do all
If
that other
you
stuff.
listened to this
Do need
series
to
last
create
year,
a new
many of you have been listening for many years to
thing here. So let's
different
go
series. You
job
always benefit from listening to different series. In
hunt
fact,
day, new job hunt
I
day. So
have
it's
a
gonna be day
couple
6.
apps and podcasts I follow where I listen again and again to the different insights, and also some of them have to do with health
Uh,
and fitness. And it's important to hear these messages often
see
and
Python.
again. New information is great, but when you
Analysis
fine
is the theme there.
tune something
And the
by
day.
really
Oh, should
delving
have
into
just
it
copied
deeply
that from here,
and
shouldn't I?
listening to it again and again, this is where you notice
So day
the
6, the
benefits.
theme
And I also
is
share this with you because one way to become more resilient is to do just that. What I just shared is to
and,
review information, insight, messages, your journal recordings, review it often because it's this review that allows you to see patterns and also to take it to heart. When I studied the tea ceremony in Japan, we were not allowed any books. It was from one heart to another, and we would be practicing the same thing
I have a
over and
CDC
over
event
again
as well, so we
for
gotta
months on end. And I would think,
together.
why are we still practicing this? Is because until you really
Share,
listen with your heart
share.
instead of trying to make sense of the information, at that point, when you're first listening to something that's more mental, you're understanding it and gaining insight yourself and making sense of it. When you hear it again and again,
Okay,
you're
and
taking
then
it
we
to your
gotta
heart.
do that
So
other
I
thing,
will
but I gotta
be
figure out
offering
what
you
is
this
going on in the
replay,
console.
and
Oh,
again, I'll be listening
might
to
be
it
a
with
little
you.
bit
So here
uncaught
we go
exception
as
and
we launch
promise they
into
didn't
the
watch it.
second
Oh,
week
that's not
of the new
working?
year. Welcome to episode
To do is
3022
completed
of your
task. There's
daily
typed
guided
error.
meditation. I'm Mary Meckley, and I am honored to be sharing this week's series with you. And if you are a regular listener, I want to let you know that I'm
Let
a
me
few hours
see what's
late
going on when I try
hosting
to
this
do
series.
this note
I
from here. Wait
hesitated
a minute. Oh,
about whether or not to
to
post
meeting.
this series for you so you could get started right
And
away.
I'll do an
But I had a
inbox.
few
Just
things
keep it in
come
the
up
inbox.
that I wasn't able to
What
avoid. And
happened?
so I wasn't able to sit
To do
down
is
and
text.
record the meditations,
Why is that
record the
not
journaling the
working,
night before.
man?
So I thought, I'm going to wait. It will come out a few
What?
hours late. So I do apologize if you especially listen on the East Coast. If you are listening on
So
the West
weird.
Coast,
Why is the
then
new meeting not
you
working?
may be receiving this right as you wake up. But also, if you listen around the world, Europe, in Asia, then you're getting this a little bit late. But I wanted to record this new series for you because if you're following along on here, and many of you are regular listeners, you have been for
This is
years.
from Google
Thank you for
event.
reaching out to make
Okay,
sure I'm
right.
okay, checking
But
in
why
with
is
me.
that not
I
working though?
rarely upload a series late, but these are fresh episodes that I'm recording daily. And so sometimes things happen in my life to where I'm not able to record at a time when I thought I was going to be able to do so. Well, I wanted
Something's
to
not
say
working.
that we launched into a brand new year last week, and you went through a series on navigating your new year. Now, if you're listening to this at another time, this is a valuable series for you. And it is like a follow up series for
Huh.
last week's series, which
Family.
doesn't necessarily have to be
These are the
about
moon
starting a new
birthdays.
year. It could be about starting any new journey,
Oh,
which we do
blacklisted
all the
things.
time.
Okay, yeah.
And so this week's series is about resilience.
Yeah, it's
Because
okay because I don't even
about
have anything on
now,
there.
or especially at the end
Okay,
of
we need to
where
edit
it's determined most people give up on their resolutions,
this,
or
and of course
again,
we
if
have
you've
to
started
debug
a new
something
journey,
right off the bat here.
usually it's about
It's
20
been a while
days
since I used this, but it should
life
work. How come
happens.
it's not
Things were going
working?
so
What's
smoothly,
the
and then
debug
something
mode?
happens, and it takes a lot of effort to begin a new ritual or to focus on something new. So what often happens is we revert back to the status quo. We revert back to what we can do automatically without really thinking about it. And this is where you can feel stuck in life, like you're always doing the same things and you almost are afraid to hope or try anymore because you notice this pattern in your life
So it's
where you're
literally
stuck
working the other
and
day.
sticking with it. So this is a series about resilience. And what I want you to be doing this week is something you may not feel so comfortable doing. And it is to brag about yourself. And I don't mean to pump yourself up, I mean to recognize your true talents and
I think maybe because I'm not the owner.
and your successes, and to
No, I am the owner of
challenge
this. I made
yourself on
this.
a regular basis. This is going to be a
So
challenge. So you are encouraged to do this every day. This is
I
where
guess maybe because
you
it's not coming
look
from
at what you're
meetings,
good at and what is working really well,
right? Well, maybe. I don't know.
and
It
your
should be
passions,
working.
and
When I do it with the other ones, it's from
share
meetings.
to others. Obviously, you want to brag as
So,
someone who is not going to be turned off by you
huh.
talking about yourself. But what you're doing is you are recognizing your accomplishments
From the network
and talents
calendar.
and all your skill sets, and you are sharing that with someone else who will
I do it
validate
from
that.
meetings and then do it
Now, I
as
want to
like,
let you know that I tried this yesterday with someone that I thought would be a great person to do this with.
uh-oh. Something's
They
going wrong.
often brag to me, and I'm excited because I want to support this person and validate them. Well, when I was
That's
doing
not
this
it.
on this person, they were not validating
Something's
me. In
wrong
fact,
here.
I came away second guessing myself. So be careful who you brag to, because people
So
who
it
are
got
closest
moved
to you
to
doing
a,
this around them may really be turned
a
off.
different
You know,
thing.
people love
Okay.
are not used to seeing you in that kind of role where you
Um,
are the one who is receiving recognition. And I know that can even
got
sound like, well, they
moved.
need to listen to me. But you
Why
know
is
that's
it
just the
not
way it works
working
with
though?
certain relationships. So choose wisely. And if someone isn't receptive, make sure you talk to them about that. And even though I did mention that to this person and say, hey, I want to share with you some things I've noticed that I've accomplished
Not
recently
working.
and some of my
It's
talents
so
and skills
odd.
that I'm trying to hone this year.
I don't get
And
it.
they were, yeah, let's hear
I'm
it.
gonna have to look this
Well,
up.
then they didn't listen.
Let's actually
So
just go to
who
the.
knows, for whatever reason, but it just didn't work out. So I'll have to find another person to brag to. I mention this to you because even something like that can derail you, because you can feel like, why am I even trying for this? I don't even have anybody supporting me. And this person who's supposed to support me isn't. So I'm just going to give up. Or then you get mad at this person and create a drama around what you're trying to achieve. And that's not the goal. So just realize, as part of this journey of starting something new, navigating your new year, following your goals, that you're going to encounter people who really support you, and be grateful for those people. And you're also going to find some surprising people in your life sometimes that don't necessarily want you to strive for anything more. Maybe they really like the way you are. They like seeing you in the role you're in. And if you are trying to achieve something else, and maybe they're at a
Okay,
place
there is
in their
that,
life
right?
where
And then
they're done achieving, or they're just not feeling like they need to achieve anything, well, they can feel maybe threatened or intimidated by your zest, your enthusiasm for trying something new. So I know that many of you know this because many of
so
you reached out to me about this, but those relationships in your life where people don't necessarily support your
Custom
goals
client?
and
Do you need to
goals,
have custom
it
client?
doesn't
I'm not
necessarily
sure.
mean you have to terminate them from your life. Maybe you do, it just depends. But what it could mean is that that person supports you in other areas of your life. I have a lot of friends who I never share my goals with. A lot of my friends, they have no idea about what I do with this app or this podcast. I've never even mentioned it to them. They would
The
never even
access
guess it.
is blocked.
And so
Authorization error.
I don't mention it.
Okay, I
But
don't
I have
understand how
friends
that's
who
supposed to
support me in
work.
other areas of my life. And I'm sure that there are parts of their life that I might
Maybe if I
kind of
go
not
to
really be that interested in either. So we support each other in
here.
different ways. And just know that we need all kinds of people in our lives. And sometimes those people who don't support us
Oh,
initially
that was an auth
become
error
our
too.
biggest fans. So just
General
stay
auth
focused.
flow.
What's your
Well,
goal
that's
this
weird.
week? It's
I
to
think
do
I
a bit
broke
of
it.
that.
Shoot.
Because that, I will say, is one of the biggest
Boy.
killers of people chasing their dreams and goals, is not being surrounded by other people who are doing the same thing. That's why masterminds
Okay.
are so important, because it's a group of people who are all striving for something new, and we support each other on that journey. So
Use own
get the support you need.
customization
If you
thing.
don't have many people around you
Approval.
supporting you, or that you can really share your goals with, or maybe you share your goals and dreams with someone, but they are just kind of like this person who listens and they encourage you, but they're not able to really give you any real value. Not that they should, they just might not have that kind of insight or perception. Some people are really good at that, and some people just aren't, but they're good at other things. So notice where you might need a little extra support. The main thing is that I want you to achieve some big goals. This is your life. And your goals don't necessarily mean, oh, big goals, you're going to make a lot of money, or that's not what I mean. What I mean is that maybe your goal is to improve a relationship or to improve your health. That's a big goal to you. Whatever big means to you, that's what you should be pursuing. And stay focused. Prop, people, symbols, your totem that you selected last week, your word of the year you also selected, and your challenge. Have that all propping you up to be able to add layers around yourself. So if one thing isn't going so well, you have all these other layers built in to catch you. So this is really important. This is the best way to pursue your goals. And you can even reach out to me about your goals. And if you are interested in forming a mastermind type of group, I get a lot of
I think I need to restart Obsidian.
I really thought that this would be very valuable. So let me know if you're interested in that. You can reach out to me at mary@sipandom.com. Just leave me a direct message there, or on my Instagram at sipandom, and send me a direct message. That's actually the best way to reach me. So that is what we are embarking on this week. We're going to prop you up for success, and it's a week for you to brag. And that is your goal. That is your goal, to recognize and honor your unique talents and abilities, and to share them with someone else who will cheer you on. And if you don't have someone else, don't feel bitter or resentful towards those people in your life who you wish would support you more. Just know that, okay, I might need to reach out a little more, or form a mastermind group, or join a mastermind group. Again, reach out to me, and that way you can stay focused on your goals. In fact, I'm going to give you a bonus challenge this week. So your challenge is to find someone and brag, or brag in a journal. If
YouTube settings
really
missing.
or maybe it's going to take you a while to find someone to brag to, well, brag in your journal. Write all about yourself and how great you are, all your accomplishments. And this is what I want you to do. When things are not going well for you this week, and from here on out for the rest of this year, yes, this is that big, I want you to do something. So I read a book that I'd like to share with you in an entire series. It was a very impressive, best-selling book, and it has to do with mindset. And I can't remember the author, but he is a former Navy SEAL who, he's been interviewed on a lot of popular podcasts and so forth. But one of the main premises in his book, where he details extraordinary challenges that he overcame,
Oh, I know why. Okay, never mind.
is the concept of
I was on the wrong thing.
And this is where,
Go back here and log in.
at the end of your day, look back over your day, and you think of all the
Do the
horrible
right
things that
thing.
happened, and say, good, that happened, so I'm going to get stronger. I'm going to come up with another solution. That just challenges me to be resourceful. So if something happens during your day and it's just seemingly like a disaster, say to yourself, good, I'm going to come up with an amazing solution that no one else has ever thought of. And if you are feeling resentful because you feel like the important people in your life, and they are important in your life, whether or not they want to hear your goals and hear you brag, They're still important. So instead of feeling resentful towards them, you could simply say to yourself, well, good. That just means that I'm going to broaden my relationships and meet other people who are going to really support me in this area of my life. And so that doesn't mean you're going to replace those people necessarily. It just means that you're going to enrich your life with other types of people in it. So the concept of saying good to yourself when things aren't going right, because this is going to remind you of how resourceful you are, especially in today's society where we have a tendency, more and more, many groups, many people, to blame or victimize. And it's like a cultural
Happening here.
aspect, in a way, of the times we're living in. And so if you simply acknowledge your strengths and to be proud of them, not egotistical about them, but to know, you should know what you're strong in, because this is how you contribute to others in a better way. And then when things don't go well, realize that you've got this. You'll just find another way. So these are your challenges this week. So as always, you have your journal to reinforce everything that I share with you every day, your slow down guide, it's all there for you. Now I invite you to settle yourself down and get ready to meditate. Now I will mention, I want you to spend a little time prepping your meditation space to where you have achievements that you identify with. Maybe you've achieved things in the past that don't really resonate.
Maybe we need to restart again.
You have things that
Try restarting again.
or received recognition about, or maybe even something personally that you feel you've achieved. You can place symbols or recognition of this, maybe photos of you when you felt like you were really living your life at its finest, or different relationships of people who inspire you greatly, who maybe are doing something that you are striving to
Oh,
do,
gosh.
in a way
All
that
right.
you want to be living your life, even if they're doing something completely different. I know there are people like that in my life that inspire me greatly, and I have their photos and their notes to me and different things in my meditation space. And they did something completely different than I do, but they inspired me and believed in me. And so I have that within my meditation space to remind myself that I can do whatever it is I set out to do. And you can too. So now, as you sit up straight and close your eyes, gently elevate your eyes upwards. Make sure your body's comfortable. You might be seated in a chair. Prop a pillow behind your back for support, and make sure your feet are firmly grounded on the floor. You might need to prop a pillow under your feet just to make sure you're grounded. If you're seated on your bed, the same thing. Or if you are seated on the floor with your legs crossed up on your bed again,
What's
place
going
a
on,
pillow
dude?
under your hips and sit on the very
Why is
front
it not
edge
working?
of the cushion or pillow. And that's going to roll your hips forward, as I always say to you. And this helps to keep your spine in a neutral position, which helps you to focus. You notice it right away, especially the more you do it. So tune into your body, your comfort level. Make yourself comfortable. You might need to tweak a few things. Maybe it's your year to finally buy that meditation cushion you've had your eye on that you thought was not necessary, but you'd still like it. And as you close your eyes, gently elevate them upwards, always feeling the shift upward. You notice when you feel tension, so notice when you also feel something great in your body. Now relax your face, softening your jaw.
There must be something going on here.
Relax your throat and your neck. Relax your shoulders and open your heart. Relax your arms and your hands.
See something here.
Place your hands in your lap with your palms upward or downward. Notice what feels right for you today. Now, relax your abdominal area. Pay close attention to this area. We often hold a lot of tension here. Relax your hips. And this is where I want you to notice how grounded you feel. As you notice your thighs, relax them, your knees, soften them, your calves. Notice how they relax, feeling the relaxation consciously, not just scanning your body, noticing it relax. And relax your feet. Can you feel that in your feet? It can take some practice, but you will feel it. Now, your hips downward support you, they ground you. The earth beneath you as you walk, as you're seated. Notice this support. Tune into it. So you are always supported, even if it's from the earth. Beautiful. Now, as your eyes are closed, you may notice some tension in your body always. It's the way it is. Life is presenting us with different emotional experiences, and we feel those within our body. So just notice and tune into how you're feeling today and name your emotional state.
Reason it's not working, dude. Okay, it's so weird. I don't know, man.
Now, think about
Such a pain. Let's log out and log back in, I guess.
You're great at a lot of things, but name something you're great at that might have to do with your resolutions this year or your goals.
Okay.
Beautiful. Name 3 of your top qualities. What comes to mind first? Now reflect on how these qualities have allowed you to shine in your life. Notice how they have helped you achieve great things in your life. Focus on this as you meditate, knowing you are so worth slowing down for.
I don't know what's happening, man. It just suddenly broke. I guess I'm just going without the whatchamacallit then. Read from my browser. Okay. That sucks. Okay. Back. Sucks, man. I thought this would work. I don't know why it's not. We take a look at like the maybe updates. this month. Last week, can't like end. It worked the other day. Like, it's the most recent time that I used it. Maybe it was just a thing with the title. I don't know. Could have just been something, the title of the event. I'm not sure. The webinar is scheduled at 10 a.m. There we go. Got about 7 minutes for this to start. Try reloading Obsidian again. Still not working. Huh. So weird. Gotta debug this while this thing's going. Let's see.
Work takes up most of your time. That's why you should use Stamps.com to save time with your mailing and shipping. Stamps.com will simplify your postage needs and add valuable time back into your workday, so you have flexibility to focus on more important things. Stamps.com can handle your mailing and shipping needs with rates up to 88% off UPS and USPS. Send invoices, checks, certified mail, packages, and anything else you need to keep your business running with Stamps.com. If you sell online, connecting with every major marketplace and shopping cart is easy. Plus, you can schedule package pickups through their dashboard and automatically see your cheapest and fastest shipping options from different carriers with Stamps.com's Rate Advisor. Add more flexibility to your workday with Stamps.com. Go to Stamps.com/program to sign up for a special offer. No contract, cancel anytime. That's Stamps.com/program.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. President-elect Trump's nominee to be Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is appearing before the Senate Armed Services Committee for his confirmation hearing. Hegseth began his opening statement last hour but was soon interrupted by the first of at least 3 protesters. Protesters have been escorted out of the confirmation hearing. NPR's Tom Bowman reports Hegseth says he plans to restore the warrior ethos to the Pentagon.
Hegseth is a National Guard combat veteran and a former Fox News host. In his opening statement, he takes on his lack of experience for the job, saying his biography is not like other defense secretaries who have come from the top ranks of politics, industry, and the military. Hegseth says it's time to place someone with, quote, dust on his boots at the helm of the Defense Department. Calling himself a change agent, Hegseth has complained about what he calls a woke military that is based on quotas and not merit, and he has opposed women in ground combat jobs, something that's been allowed for 9 years. Hegseth says he will make sure warriors are fully qualified on their weapons and insists that generals and admirals are chosen on merit. Tom Bowman, NPR News.
Forecasters have issued their most serious warnings for wind in the Los Angeles area today. This could make uncontained wildfires worse. The Palisades fire burning west of LA is now 17% contained. The Eaton fire in the Pasadena-Altadena area is more than a third contained. President Biden is urging Congress to quickly approve federal disaster aid, but House Speaker Mike Johnson claims, without offering evidence, California officials mishandled the situation. He wants to put limits on the assistance.
I think there should probably be conditions on that aid. That's my personal view. We'll see what the consensus is. I haven't had a chance to socialize that with any of the members over the weekend because we've all been very busy, but it'll be part of the discussion.
Democratic lawmakers say any disaster response for any part of the country should not be linked with political conditions. The Justice Department has released its report on Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election. As NPR's Kristen Wright reports, it does not include a second part of Special Counsel Jack Smith's investigation.
The separate, unreleased volume of Smith's report focuses on Trump's handling of classified documents after leaving the White House. Prosecutors charge the former president with keeping the documents at his Mar-a-Lago resort and refusing to return them to the government. Florida District Judge Aileen Cannon ordered the Justice Department to hold off on releasing that part of Smith's report for now. Trump's two former co-defendants in the classified documents case are asking the court to block its release because of their ongoing litigation. After Trump was reelected in November, the Justice Department dropped the cases against him, citing long-standing department policy prohibiting federal prosecutions of sitting presidents. Kristen Wright, NPR News, Washington.
On Wall Street, the Dow's up about 55 points. It's NPR. NPR has learned that negotiators are close to a ceasefire deal for Gaza. A proposed agreement would reportedly see an exchange of Israeli hostages for some Palestinian detainees. It would also include a 6-week pause in fighting between Israel and Hamas. Scientists in Canada are investigating whether bacteria can be programmed to break down plastics. As Michigan Public's Lester Graham reports, pieces and fibers of plastic that end up in wastewater plants can pass through into streams and rivers.
Using what's known as bacterial sex, a team at Ontario's University of Waterloo engineered bacteria often found in wastewater plants to try to break down plastics. In one lab experiment, the bacteria degraded 40% of a plastic cup lid in 4 days. PhD candidate Aaron Yip is one of the researchers.
My hope is that this technology can be a platform to get rid of microplastics in different types of environments, so wastewater treatment plants being one of them, and perhaps in the far future in the oceans or lakes.
Yip says the next step is to determine what's left behind after bacteria destroy the plastic and whether it or the bacteria pose a risk to the environment. For NPR News, I'm Lester Graham.
The launch of Blue Origin's New Glenn space rocket is now set for Thursday at the earliest. The 320-foot rocket tried to blast off from Cape Canaveral in Florida yesterday, but the launch was scrubbed. That's due to ice buildup. The rocket will carry a prototype satellite into space. Billionaire Jeff Bezos is the founder of Blue Origin. I'm Corva Coleman, NPR News in Washington.
Welcome to Gene and Mike do the New York Times crossword.
Hi, I'm Gene.
And I'm Mike. And today we're doing the crossword for Thursday, January 9th, 2025. Did you do the crossword?
I did do the crossword.
And was it a terrific Thursday crossword?
It was pretty terrific, yes.
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
Good?
It was a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
It took us a while. I'm still tag teaming with our youngest.
Yes.
And we got kind of bogged down in the middle.
Bogged down in the middle.
But boy, he figured out the theme right away, so that certainly helped.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the theme was quite interesting and near and dear to my heart.
Yes, as a pilot, I am sure you breezed through this.
No, actually, I got the revealer wrong.
You did?
I did get the revealer wrong because the name of the... Well, why don't you talk about the theme and then I'll explain the error of my ways.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell the revealer first because then that'll make the theme seem much more sensible. But 38 down was kind of the revealer. And the answer to that, or the clue to that, was group whose alphabet is used 8 times in this puzzle. And that group is NATO. So the NATO alphabet that is used by pilots,
right,
as well as, I think, military, right? Military personnel?
Probably.
Showed up in the puzzle 8 times. And you knew it was a themed clue with a NATO alphabet because it was italicized. So the first one...
Starting to understand what's going on here.
Charlie, horse. And of course, Charlie is the NATO alphabet for C. So it was a horse that began with C, and that was, the answer was Clydesdale. And then the next one was 21 across, Papa, bear, Papa being the NATO alphabet
Still waiting.
for P.
Okay.
So you had to find a word that began with P that meant bear, and that was panda. And then we had 2 right together. 26 across was Sierra Leone, Sierra being the alphabet, NATO alphabet designation.
For S?
Yes, and the answer there was Sergio. I'm not quite sure why, but is Leone So maybe there's a Leon Sergio,
So
or
this
there's a Sergio. I'm not sure.
this sounded vaguely Spanish, which means I abandoned all thinking at this process and just moved on to the next
Thought
clue.
it sounded more Italian.
Oh, really?
I didn't
Wow.
recognize that one. But
Okay.
the next one was 27 across, tango number. So it had to be a number beginning with T, and the answer was 13.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had 40 across, golf course. And so you needed a course that began with G, and that turned out to be gazpacho, which is a soup served as a first course in a meal.
Right.
And then right next to that was 42 across, whiskey soda.
I don't know what's going on here.
Soda that began
So
with
weird.
W, and that was Welch's. They're not known as much, I think, for their soda as for their juices. But
I was going to say, I just thought
they do make some sodas.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we had 45 across,
Where was
Quebec City. Quebec
used?
being the NATO alphabet word for Q. And so the city began with Q was Quito.
Delete this
which is in
one. I
South
don't think I've
America.
been using it.
And then finally we had 51 across, alpha male. And then in parentheses it said double, which meant that there were actually two A words together, which denoted a male. And in this case, that male was Arthur Ashe.
yes.
Two A's, two alphas.
Mm-hmm.
I know what I was using that for,
very
honestly.
clever. But
Under Obsidian,
there
I
were
was
other
using
parts of the
something
puzzle
for
we just had a
Obsidian
lot of
together.
trouble with, especially in the middle.
Right.
'Cause,
I don't know why.
35
Don't know why
across
it's not
was
working.
Italian for baked, and we didn't know
There's
what that
definitely something
was.
wrong.
35 down was Pixar film set.
I
in
need to
Olympic
try like
Mountain
another hour
Mountains,
later or
it's a
something. Maybe it
sea,
like
although
locked
we
me
didn't
out
know
or
what that
something.
was. And 32 down, notable site for enlightenment.
Okay, we've got
Yeah.
webinar starting,
So there
so
we
I'm
go.
going to focus on that. Something went wrong. Retry.
Day.
There we go.
Hopefully everyone is enjoying their day. Let me know how the sound is. Are you all able to hear me okay? You can respond in the Q&A box down here.
See if that works.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today.
Okay.
Get started here in a few minutes.
Recruitment and Retention Activity Team, Office of Human Resources, the Human Capital Workforce Solutions, navigating the federal hiring process. So we're going to create a note for that. Okay.
Oh, we've got a lot of Q&As.
Okay, so let's
You can
get
hear me?
that
Okay,
going.
good. Perfect. That's the biggest thing is, man, if that audio goes out, it is so rough. I'll be sitting here talking to myself. Thank you so much, Desmond, for telling me. Thank you, Samantha. Oh, the sound is great. That's always wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful. All right. I hope everybody is here to learn. So please bring out your paper, your pens, whatever you have. We have so much information that we're going to cover. So I want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to get everything possible that they can get from this wonderful webinar. So I will tell you all, we have a couple of housekeeping things that we're going to cover today. First off, my name is Geneva Hauser. Let me change that on here so that you guys know my name, because my name is not recruiter at cdc.gov. Definitely don't want you to think that. I have an actual real name. So I am part of the recruitment and retention activity team. We have just undergone a wonderful new name change. So give me some time if I mess it up a few times. It's okay. I'm human. It's errors. It happens. But I am so excited today to give you this opportunity to learn a little bit more about USA Jobs. So to cover a couple of housekeeping rules here, we have disabled the chat. You can definitely communicate through the Q&A box. Please feel free to ask any questions that are relevant to this presentation. I know everyone gets excited and they want to know about any progress to their application, if there's any other things that we can tell you, but please try to stick to Just the USA Jobs topics. We do have a recruiter at cdc.gov email that you can absolutely reach out to us and ask those additional questions. And please feel free to add your captions if you need them down at the bottom next to the Q&A if you need to turn those on. The webinar today will not be recorded, but we will provide you all with all of the PDF slides from this webinar so you can go back, review them, take extra notes. So don't feel like if you miss something that you have to try to scramble. We're going to provide you with everything that you'll need. And then if you have any additional questions, myself and my colleague Jose will be able to answer those for you towards the end of the webinar. Please allow an opportunity for us to get to them. We may get to all of the questions today, but if we have a very large group, it may be a little challenging. So you can always reach out at the recruiter at cdc.gov. So Jose, if you could give me a thumbs up or let me know, are you seeing my slides good? Are we good to go?
Good to go.
Okay. Uh-oh. Can't hear you there if you are talking to me.
We're good.
We're good? Okay. All right. So everyone, let's go ahead and get started. I saw a couple hands raised. If you could go ahead and put those in any of those questions in the Q&A box, and we'll go ahead and take care of those for you. So just to kind of cover today's agenda, we'll go over quite a bit of information involving our CDC mission, the USA Jobs Overview. We're going to definitely go in depth about vacancy announcements because that's what you guys are here for. You're here to find out a little bit more about how you can be more effective in writing your resume and what you can do to stand out and make sure that you're utilizing USA Jobs properly. That's what we're going to teach you, how to look at that entire vacancy announcement, to look at the qualification section. And the best part of all is you're going to get a live demo. Now, I don't know how other agencies operate, but we like live demos because we like hands-on learning. I learned from a little bit of a variety of learning styles. So if I can have hands-on, visual, let's do it all. So we're definitely going to cover all of that for you today. And if you need to connect with our team, we'll provide you with all of those additional email addresses, our social media handles, and all of those wonderful things towards the end. So, CDC's mission, if you are unfamiliar with us, you must have been living under a rock for the past 20 years, which is okay, it happens. CDC serves as the nation's preeminent public health promotion, protection, prevention, and preparedness agency. CDC's mission is to work 24/7 to protect Americans from all health, safety, and security threats, both foreign and domestic. So we do some amazing work here with CDC. Our mission statement clarifies all of that for you. We accomplish all of these goals by conducting critical science and providing health information to protect our nation. So we want to make sure that if CDC is where you would like to have your next career opportunity, please make sure that you follow all of the tips, techniques, tricks, everything that we give you today so that way you can be successful. All right, so USA Jobs, as you have noticed, they have definitely had a wonderful platform change. It is definitely a little bit more user-friendly, a lot more vibrant. I would highly suggest that if you are going to apply for federal positions, please go ahead and create your profile in advance because it definitely takes some time. So when you are going on USA Jobs, you'll go to the sign-in portion up here at the top. You will have your email address and whatever passwords you create, and then they'll send you a text message to make sure that you are the individual that is utilizing the platform. Now, when you are creating your sign-in, make sure that is an email that is accurate. You use it quite often because you want to make sure you're not missing out on any opportunities. This is a great way for recruiters to find you by using your profile and making your resume searchable, which we will cover a little bit later. In this platform, you will
That's
also be able
surgical.
to upload documents. Any document you upload, I highly recommend you go back and review 2 or 3 times just to make sure every single line is you're able to read it clearly and that you have all of your documents uploaded. So if you got a 3-pager, make sure every page is there because I have definitely been disqualified because I did not have a page upload properly. So we will cover some of those additional documents in a few and you'll kind of get a feel for it. But there's a lot of resources on here that are very helpful. There's a help center, which gives you a ton of information. They've also created explore page for those that are looking for a change in career and you're not really sure exactly where you want to go and you're trying to figure out what industry is a good fit for you. It's a great tool to utilize, a quick quiz to kind of do a little bit of digging to figure out what career option is a good suit for you. All right, so when we are looking at our wonderful vacancy announcements, there's a lot of details on here that you want to pay attention to. You're going to always have your job title up top. You're going to see exactly what agency this particular position is working for. And then it starts to break things down a little bit more. You'll see your summary just kind of gives you a quick overview. And then when you're looking over here in this section, pay attention to the open and close dates. Close dates are hard close dates. There is no more applying once that position has closed. I am sorry. You're going to have to apply to something else. It's over. But also pay attention to those different type of job vacancy announcements that will say this position will close within once it reaches 100 applicants, once it reaches 50
Mm.
applicants. So the close date might differ depending on how many applicants. So those ones, you really want to jump on those. Please make sure you're writing an effective federal resume for it. You want something longer than 2 pages, and then you want it to have a lot of information that's detailing
Okay.
exactly what needs to go into this particular position. When you're looking at the this job is
So I think the
open to,
questions I had were
this
with pay
section
scale.
right here is very, very critical. This tells you exactly who can apply to these roles. If you do
Hmm.
not fit into one of these hiring paths, you will be deemed ineligible. We get a lot of applicants that are very excited that say I have tons of experience. I know exactly what I'm doing. But then when they apply to these positions, they're not realizing that they're not meeting the basic hiring path. You have to be in one of those categories in order to apply. So if it's got veterans, you need to upload your DD 214. If you have a disability letter, always upload that as well. So you want to pay
Wow.
attention to those things. If you're a student, you're going to have your transcripts, and all of that is detailed for you on USA Jobs, literally on the job vacancy. And I'll show you that a little bit later during our live demo. So please pay attention to all of these sections. When you see the salary, this is based on the location. So it kind of depends on where you move to, but this is a nice range. This is going to start you off at a GS 12, step one, and that's a
That's pretty high,
14. So
actually.
it's going to show you that different pay scale, and we'll cover that in a little bit as well.
So I think you probably need a
So
master's
if
or a
you've got your
PhD for
questions,
that pay
please feel
scale.
free to put all of that into that wonderful Q&A box. I'm sure we're going to get to it. So if you just bear with me, I promise we'll get through it together. So on the job vacancy announcement sections, we just kind of showed you just the tipping point, just the beginning part of it. But as you go to start really
Mm.
breaking everything down, you're going to really want to pay attention to these requirements.
Right.
Requirements are essential. So when you are looking at a position, oftentimes people will say, well, a health scientist, I know I meet those qualifications. I have everything. But are you really looking at the qualification section and really determining, do you meet those qualifications? So in there, you will see a phrase called specialized experience. And it will usually
That's a
tell
great
you you must
question.
have, oh, excuse me, it'll usually tell you you must
Might
have
not
at
need
least
to
1 year of
use a cover
specialized
letter.
experience and X, Y, and Z. There'll be
Optional,
some
not a
keywords
requirement.
in there they'll throw at you. There's a reason for that because they want to make sure that the person that is going to be eligible as the highest qualified applicant is meeting all of those requirements. So it's very important to detail that in your resume. So oftentimes people do not target their resume. They just kind of make a general resume that they use quite often, but they're not looking at that specialized experience. So rule of thumb, look at the entire job vacancy announcement, but pay special attention to the specialized experience, wink, wink, if you all get it. So it definitely helps to make sure that you are targeting your resume and you're specifically speaking to those keywords that are in there because that's how the HR staff is able to deem you as an eligible candidate. Now,
Hmm.
you can also look
Okay.
at the education requirements. If it has a section on there where it's got experience or education, that means you can have either or. But if it says and, then you will need to have both. So sometimes looking at the wording can definitely be confusing, but just make sure that you're
Yeah.
paying attention to all of those
From my experience,
details.
they're usually
That's
pretty
why it's important
long
to look at
descriptions,
everything.
but they are very
You'll
descriptive.
see
Like
under the how you will
they are
be
definitely
evaluated, there's
hard
competencies or
conditions.
knowledge, skills, and
So
abilities.
if you
And
have
those
all
are
those
additional
things, then you're
factors you
eligible,
want to pay
right? But if you
attention to
don't
as well,
have all of
because
the
these are
things, then
additional
you're not.
factors that play into that
So
particular role. And then when you're under required documents, so like I told you earlier, those different hiring paths are very essential because they're going to tell you exactly what documents you need to have for each particular one. So whether you're a current or a previous federal employee, you'll need to upload your SF-50. If you're a veteran, you'll need to make sure you have your DD-214 in there, a military spouse. There's all those documents, and it's going to tell you exactly what you need. So I know it's like 8, 9 pages. It gets a
mm,
little confusing. You're like, I don't understand why I have to do so much just to get this one job. But don't worry, it makes sense once you kind of learn how to dissect it. Now, the how to apply section is really great because they're going to talk about additional instructions. The contact information is there. And one thing that I'll show you later is the questionnaire is actually in the how to apply section. There's a link. So it's very important that as you are completing this entire process, look at that specialized experience section, go down to how to apply, and look directly at that questionnaire. You can pull up the questionnaire before you even apply to the position. This gives you a little bit more clarity of whether or not you're going to be a good applicant for this role. So if I look at the questionnaire and it's asking me, do you have experience in higher management, leading, or things of that nature, and I'm saying no, no, no to every answer, I probably don't need to apply. It's completely okay. That may not be the position for you, but that self-assessment questionnaire is based off of what you feel your experience level is. So please don't be dishonest on it because it's really easy to find out whether you're telling the truth or not. So please try to make sure that you are making the information on there accurate and that you are trying to make sure that you are going for a position that's a good fit for you.
mm-hmm.
Okay,
Okay.
so the application process itself is definitely competitive. We definitely understand that it takes some time to get through because there's a lot of applicants that are applying for these same exact roles. There's current employees that are part of the federal government, there's civilians, it's a little bit of everybody. So,
Well,
like
it
I said,
depends if
first
it's
things
open to
first, you got
public,
to
right?
create that profile. That takes some time. You want to make sure you're writing everything out that's going to be helpful for you for HR staff if we wanted to go and pull applicants from there. So make sure your resume is up to date, all of your demographics, everything in there is good to go. This is a section where you want all those documents uploaded. You can have up to 5 resumes stored. So you can either
Oh,
upload or you can create a resume using the resume builder. Resume
okay.
builder
Well, that's
takes a
kind of
little bit of
interesting then.
time, so please give yourself an
Yeah.
opportunity to conduct all of those things. And you
Hmm.
still need to make sure you're targeting your resume for each role.
Yes.
Now, when you
Okay.
are doing your search on USA
This is the
Jobs,
thing. It's
you
probably
can
going to take a
always do a
week
save and
to do
search,
one
which is
application,
really helpful. So it's right up at the top, and I'll show you that in a few here. And that makes it so
or
that
at
when you
least one
get those
whole
morning
day,
alerts at
basically for just one
12:30 in the morning,
application.
that will tell you this
It's
position
just
is
like
currently available.
locating those
So
jobs is
whatever
going to
you're
be
looking
interesting.
for, public health related, HR, IT, whatever it is, do a search, and you can do multiple searches. So you can constantly get alerts on any of those positions that are coming available
Send
across the
slides.
federal
Slides.
government
Slides are
or
good. I'll
just for
add
the
them
CDC itself.
to my Obsidian.
So after you've went ahead
Just
and
pay
you've got
attention.
everything in USA Jobs, we want to make sure that you're completing the application. Usually I would say give yourself maybe 30, 45 minutes as you're going through everything. Make sure that resume, the right one, is in there because sometimes people will make multiple resumes for different industries. You might have one for education, one for public health, whatever it is, just make sure that you are naming each one properly. And then when your application has already been accepted, you'll usually get a real quick email that will let you know about that. Your assessment, that self assessment we talked about, that one is going to be rated and it's scored. The HR staff will receive a score from that. So it's important, like I told you, be honest. Please don't try to fudge any of the information and say you're an expert if you're not, because it's a real easy way to tell if you are. And then from there, you'll be able to generate a bunch of different emails that will start to come into your email box. So please monitor it closely as you will see quite a bit of information. So when it comes to kind of those touch points as you're going through the process, so you've already uploaded your application, you feel good, you're like, oh, I'm a winner. You're gonna go ahead and get that first email that's gonna be that kind of system generated one that will tell you, hey, we just received an application for XYZ position, and you applied for this agency. That's your initial one. That's going to let you know exactly kind of where you started from. Then you'll get another one that'll say the notice of results. So this one will usually tell you if you have been deemed as eligible or ineligible
Hmm.
for that particular role.
Don't believe
So
I
at
got one
that
of those
point,
when
you're
I
still
applied to
kind
one
of
of
like,
these.
I'm eligible. I don't know what's going to happen next. So just give us a little bit
And
more
then a
time
referral
because
can
then you'll
be
get your notice
violating
of
services.
referral.
Okay.
So this one is the one that's going to inform
Notice of
applicants whether they've been
disposition.
referred to the wonderful hiring manager.
Nice.
This is when you can start getting a little bit excited because it's still a process. So that means your resume
Hmm.
and your application all has been sent to the hiring manager. You have made this wonderful list of people that are kind of in the running. So you've got some competition there, but don't do anything crazy. Don't quit your job. Don't decide you're just going to stop looking. Keep applying because it can go anywhere from there. Then the last one that we definitely don't want you to receive, we want to make sure you're going the right direction, is the notice of disposition. This usually informs those that are the non-selected applicants that they weren't selected. So usually that's a quick one. It'll just say you were not selected for the particular role due to your specialized experience, your education. They usually try to inform you of the reason why. So what I would definitely do is make sure that you're making a note of that because a lot of times you don't get feedback where it's like a long paragraph or you don't have someone you can contact. So just review what they're
Happen.
saying is the reason why you did not get selected and try to make sure that you're tailoring the resume or you're doing things differently for the next time. So use it as a learning tool. Don't get discouraged. We've all been there. I don't know too many people that have been able to apply one time and got it in the very first time and was able to get that wonderful position. Most of us, it takes a while. And if you don't know what you're doing, it takes even longer. So I know I personally applied about 77 times before I got my first federal position, but I did not understand anything about it.
Wow.
But once I did understand, and I educated myself. I went to webinars. I started to attend classes to learn what is a federal resume. Then it made a world of difference.
Aha.
So then I
Okay.
started
So
getting
there's
referred. And that's when it makes the
right.
difference. That's when you start getting the money. So we always love to see that. Now, on the back end, while you're getting emails, the HR staff is hardworking to make sure that they are getting the highly qualified applicants. So when it comes to the referred to the hiring manager, these are our wonderful, eligible, best qualified applicants that are going to be referred. Now, a lot of people get referred and then they get mad and say, well, I haven't got an interview scheduled. I haven't heard anything back. We understand, we completely get it. That is up to the hiring manager if they decide to go ahead and proceed with interviews. This also can take some time because they might have a very large applicant pool that they have to go from that have made the applicant list or what they call certificates. So please give them time to schedule those interviews. It's really dependent on whether or not they would like to. So just be open minded. Not every referred to a hiring manager ends with an interview. Now, after the hiring manager completes their interviews, if they choose to, they will select a candidate and the HR staff will go ahead and extend them a tentative job offer. This is still not the point when you want to go and quit your current job because your tentative offer is just that, it's tentative. So you still have to go through the background check. You still have to undergo quite a bit of more paperwork and a little bit more information that the HR staff will need from you. So please wait to your final offer before you start really moving and making changes in your life. So please give us time for that, okay?
Hmm.
I
So
don't want
just
anybody going
use
off
USA
and
jobs.
deciding, well, Geneva told me that I can go ahead and quit because I got a tentative job offer. I did not do that. Don't put that on me. That was not me. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to head on over to our wonderful poll question and let's see what you guys get. All right. Let me know. Are you guys able to see it? Is it working for me? Yeah, there we go.
True.
So the question is, periods of unemployment on my resume or breaks in my experience will negatively affect me. This is a good question to ask because I know a lot of people that are unsure about this particular answer. Okay. Got a lot of false. Good, good, good. Oh, we got some truths in there. Uh-oh.
How do they guarantee that it's not that it
Okay.
doesn't?
Nice. All right. Well, the correct answer is false. So, if you are experiencing any gaps in employment, please, please, please do not be alarmed. It's okay. It happens. It's not the end of the world. If you're like me, I'm a military spouse. I absolutely have had gaps in employment because we've moved about 13 times in this wonderful Army
Wow.
career. So it happens. But what you want to do is be very strategic on how you create your resume moving forward. So if you have gaps in employment, think about what you can put in that space to fill those gaps. So have you volunteered? Have you went to
Mm.
school? Have you done any internships? Because with the federal government, we look at paid and unpaid experience, which definitely helps if you have a
So the
lot of
answer is actually
unpaid
true.
experience
It
and you're
does affect
invested
your
in a position.
negatively affect you.
So please don't get discouraged if
Of
you have
course.
gaps. That does not mean that
Don't
you won't be
lie.
able
Don't
to
say that
receive a
it's not
federal
true.
position. Take it from
It's
me.
true.
I've
It
worked
does
in a ton
negatively
of
affect.
industries and it has not stopped me from being able to get a federal position. Thank you guys so much for completing your poll. I'm so glad it worked. That's the best thing ever when something works in
Because
technology. It's
if it
always
didn't
smiling.
matter, then
All
why
right,
would you need to
so
fill in the
when
gap?
we talk
Like
about that wonderful
if it didn't
qualification
matter,
section, wink, wink, we talk about what you
why
really
would you
need to
need
pay
to fill in
attention
it?
to.
Why?
This section is going to detail
You're lying.
everything that is a
It does matter.
requirement for that particular role. We see those fancy words, or that means you can have either one, which is what we want to see. We like options. So, basic qualifications. With this particular role, they are asking you to have that education and these related academic
If I
fields.
asked that
This
question, I
is
would be
something when it's a
deemed
basic
difficult, though.
qualification, that's a
Okay.
requirement. So you need to make sure that if you do not meet that basic requirement, don't even apply. Don't waste your time.
Mm.
It's okay. There's another position out there for you. This one just may not be it. Now, every position does not have a basic and a minimum qualification section. It's just certain roles
So
that
basic
is
does mean
that.
minimum.
So pay attention to
Okay.
those. So now how,
Or at
as we're
least
looking
minimal.
here, it's got
You
to
can't
at least
reduce,
1
you
year
can't take one
of
away
experience. This is what we were talking
without it
about. This wording
breaking
right
it,
here kind of lets you know you
without
need to
breaking
start
your
paying
eligibility.
attention. Now, when you're looking here and you're starting to see these words that are in blue, that is where you need to draw your focus and attention to as you are writing your resume, because this is what's going to be a part of that application process and looking at for that HR staff to see if you're meeting those requirements. So make sure that you're paying attention to all of these. With this example, this is for a health scientist, which is a part of the 601 series. So it's very important for health scientists to have these requirements because it's related to the position and it's something that they have to make sure that they're working with daily. So you want to make sure, read every single detail on here. Um, as long as you're meeting the basic qualifications, go ahead and apply. Look at that minimum qualification and make sure you have some type of experience in that particular area. Now, when we talk about the wonderful specialized experience, that is how you'll be able to tell whether or not you should apply for that GS level and if that is a position you can apply to at all. So, as you're looking here, it's going to give you those nice bullets to kind of outline it for you. HR staff tries to make sure that it's very clear and succinct when you are looking at it because they want to make sure that you have that particular
That
knowledge,
tracks.
skills, and abilities there because it's very important. We don't want anyone to come into a position and they don't have that experience because some things you can't just be taught. You kind of have to already have it in your database. So it makes it a little bit easier to do the work. So pay attention each single time And as you're going through each position, you'll see it's in there. That wording is there. You just may not have paid attention to it before, but I know you will now because Geneva told you to. So I know you guys are going to do great. All right. So if you've seen the ones that have multiple grades under the qualifications, this is an area where you're kind of like, wait, I don't know which grade level I'm supposed to apply to. I don't know if I need
Mm-hmm.
the 13 or 14. That minimum experience is going to be in there as well. And it's going to have those knowledge, skills, and abilities. And you'll start to see that even though the wording is very similar, it's going to be a little bit different. So I know it's kind of like, well, it's the same thing, but this one is talking, the 14 is talking about leadership. When you get to those 13, 14s, you'll start to see a difference in some of the vocabulary that's used because our 14s are definitely our upper leadership roles. So you want to create a resume that is going to exemplify that you have the skill set to work at that 14 level. Now, in this particular situation, when you see the two different grade levels, there'll be a question on the questionnaire that will ask you which grade is the lowest grade that you're willing to accept. So you have the option of whether the 13 or the 14. If you decide to go for the 13, well, they're going to look at you for the 13 and the 14. If you decide 14 only, that's the lowest, I don't want to do a 13, then you won't be reviewed for the 13 at all. It'll just be strictly the 14 level. So make sure that you are clear on exactly what you want to apply to because they're going to have different qualifications and it's going to be more of, they're looking for more advanced leadership in your previous positions, especially at the 14 level. Now, that assessment questionnaire, this is what we've been kind of talking about. This definitely gives you a guide to whether or not you should apply for these roles. So just like in our previous slides where we talk about the basic qualifications, that's already right there established in question number one. So right away, if you don't possess the education, let it go. Just don't apply to it. It's all right. Trust me, I've been there 1,000 times. Was like, I don't need to worry about that. It's okay. They won't notice. They notice. They're going to notice everything. So don't do that to yourself. Don't waste your time. It's not worth it. And then when you're looking
Hmm.
at the second question, then they're going to ask you about those minimum qualifications. So it is up to you to determine what you feel you have in your repertoire from your previous positions. Highly
Repertoire.
recommend reviewing your questionnaire in advance
Repertoire.
before you take the time to fill out the entire
Repertoire.
application because the questionnaire is your guide. You don't have to ask HR
There's too
staff,
much on the screen.
do
I
you think
can't
I
handle it.
qualify for this position? Look at the questionnaire. I guarantee you it'll let you know real quick whether or not you're going to be qualified or not. So please look there first. Now, one thing they have changed is when it comes to a lot of these assessment questionnaires. So remember
Mm-hmm.
how I told you if you're reviewing this first, it can definitely help you when you're trying to figure out not only do you meet the requirements, but kind of what to look for in your resume, right? So if you look at question 6, it asks you specifically where in your resume you have this type of
Do you have to
experience.
select all of them
So that will let
or
you
just
know
one?
real quick,
I've
have
used
I written
descriptive
an
statistics.
effective
Is it good?
targeted resume or not? So if they're asking you this question, they want you to know, they want to know specifically
Measures
where
of
does this at?
dispersion.
Because we don't want to have to
That's
go through this
standard
repeatedly
deviation,
with your
right?
resume. I want to know, tell me exactly where it's at quickly so I can
And to
identify if you
analyze
meet
it
these
independently.
requirements. So it's completely up to you if you want to look at that questionnaire in advance. But a rule of thumb, it's
Uh-huh.
helped me a whole lot, especially with certain positions where maybe the specialized
Attended
experience
research
isn't as
presentations.
detailed. Maybe you still kind of feel like I'm not really sure. That questionnaire helps. It's a wonderful guide. So please utilize that as much as you can. Now, your competencies. We talked about the knowledge, skills, and abilities. You will see this further down on that job vacancy announcement. Usually, people bypass this section all the time. They don't even realize it's there. They just go, "Oh, well, I looked at everything. I'm good to go. I looked at the duties. I'm good. I looked at the qualifications." Competencies are very, very helpful. Okay, so make sure that the HR specialists and hiring managers they'll look. They're going to look specifically at these particular evaluation criteria, and these competencies can definitely assist in that process. So, if you're trying to create an effective resume that's targeted, you want to make sure that you're writing and you're speaking directly to these things as well as what's in that specialized experience area. All right, so we're going to head on over to our wonderful USA Jobs. Hopefully, everybody is still with me. You're not completely lost. I hope that you've gotten some good information thus far and you feel kind of compelled to be like, okay, I think I'm going in the right direction. That's the plan and the goal. So I hope that is definitely the case. I'm going to head on over here so that way we can really go through this
Here we go.
process. So let me know if
Okay.
it's sharing okay. Are we good, Jose?
No way,
Everybody see
Jose.
the screen okay for me? Let me see. My sharing
It
can get a little
works.
crazy sometime. Let's
It's
see. Do I
working.
have some folks answered it for me? Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lonnie. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So when you are in USA Jobs, you have your wonderful sign in, you have your events. I want you guys to pay attention to your events portal. There's a lot of agencies that will have hiring
Hmm.
events, webinars monthly,
No attendee
all
check,
kinds
but
of
we do have
information here. If you just want to find
this.
out about who's got
You
another
like?
resume
There we go.
class, who has an interview skills, any of that, it's right on here. Use your events page to really help you. Like later on today, I'm going to want to say it's FEMA is having a interview class, which is really helpful. You always want to
Mm.
brush up on the latest kind of techniques that are out there. There's always something to learn, so go for it. Now, when you are also at the help center, here's the thing that's really been helpful for me is looking at the unique hiring paths. So, like we talked about earlier, if you're not sure exactly which path that you should be applying to, always go here and then find out exactly what documentation you need to upload in order to be eligible. Everything you need is right here. I know USA Jobs is a big beast and a lot of times it's very overwhelming, but please use it for its benefits because there's a lot. If you're looking for different wording and you're not sure exactly what they're saying, because I know sometimes federal government has wording and you're just completely confused. I've been there, I get it, I'm still learning. They have an entire glossary. The glossary is going to tell you every single word that's utilized in the platform. You'll be able to go through,
Ah,
find out
fun.
exactly what you need. If you have questions about your citizenship, all of that is going to be also a part of the Help Center. So there's also opportunities for those that are earlier in their career. They're going to
Good.
give you a lot of
Yeah.
insight and it's just very helpful. So I would highly recommend play with this, go to the how to section, look at how you need to answer questions, look at understanding the job announcement. All of this stuff is here for you. And it literally breaks it down. It's going to tell you exactly what sections to look at. Trust me, I've done a lot of digging and playing on USA Jobs in order to get there. So I understand if it feels like it's a lot. So you'll
Mhm.
see quite a few information here, all of the events, everything here on that first page is very, very helpful to you. So please utilize it. Don't be a stranger. Now, when you're searching for particular roles, so say I want to find out what's going on with CDC, let's see what they have going on. I always do a search where I make my information the open date and I put it in descending order so I can find out the most recent positions. I don't want to look at the ones that's been open for like a year. I want to see what they have available currently. Now, we talked about those hiring paths. As you can see here, this is for surplus and veterans. If I don't fit in one of these
What's
categories,
surplus?
I'm not going to be eligible. There's no point in me wasting my time. And these ones are internal, no point in wasting your time. Look for the ones that are open to the public. If you don't have a hiring preference, not Schedule A, veteran, spouse, that's okay. Just apply to the open to the public roles. And you can
Mm.
go right here to the filter where it says hiring path and just
Yeah.
look up everything open to the
Can you
public.
set up alerts and
Here's
stuff?
remote opportunities. We have some, about 23 of them. There's more that are outside the open to the public. But when you're looking at these positions, you'll find quite a lot of information. Let's check out our health scientists. So we have a couple of different categories that this particular position is open to, which is very helpful. The location is in Atlanta. Here is our pay scale. And we see it's a GS 11, target 12, which is great. We definitely want to see that. If you are not in the Atlanta area and you're concerned about, well, if I have to relocate, what is that going to look like? It says no, unfortunately, sorry. So pay attention here. There are some positions that are remote still. I work remotely. I'm in Tennessee, so I always made sure that it says 100% remote. There are some times where you'll see remote, but it'll say within a 50-mile radius of that particular agency. So be
Mm.
mindful of those as well, because that is a requirement. You will need to be within those confines. And then as you're going down, it'll tell you about drug tests, security clearance, everything you need is there. So when we look at our duties, this is going to give us a little bit of insight on the day-to-day tasks that this particular role is going to require. And then citizenship. It's going to tell you right off the bat if it's requirement. We get a lot of questions about that. There are opportunities for non-citizens. That's a different webinar for a different day. But for the most part, the positions on USA Jobs, you'll need to be a US citizen or a US national. So as you're going further down, we've got our basic qualifications and our minimum. So they're going to tell us exactly what type of education we'll need. There's our minimums. And then here are some additional factors as well, which is our ORs, which we like. We like options. And then it tells you about your promotion potential. As you go a little bit further down, I highly recommend opening up each tab because there's always some useful information in there. And I don't want you to miss out on any of it. The incentives are always great, especially for those that have student loans like I do. Anytime we can get those covered, it's a
Yeah,
bonus.
it seems to be
So we want
pretty
to make
rare
sure we're
for
paying attention to
remote
that section,
positions,
how you will be
especially
evaluated.
at lower
So remember we
GSs.
talked about those competencies, those KSAs. Well, they're right here. So you see, we've got our nice little bullets. We need to make sure
Hmm.
that our resume speaks to
Okay.
those and that we are making sure it is going to be something that's highlighted in our resume. Doesn't have to be anything extra where you say, hey, these are my knowledge, skills, abilities. You don't have to say that. Just some nice, some good wording in there definitely helps. I would highly recommend using the STAR method, situation, task, action, and result. That is a really good
Hate
way
it.
to condense your information
Yeah,
down.
it
It's a
is,
very
but
clear
it's
sentence that has some
uh,
numbers in there. It tells you exactly how effective you were, and it can be a really easy way for you to create an effective resume. So as you're also going further down, when we talked about the required documents, everything
and
you'll
then they'll
need
say
is
you
right
want they
here
want you
for
to be
those that have
specific,
different
but
hiring
you can't
paths.
be
They
too
also give you some
verbose.
good how-tos,
Specific,
what
but
not to include
not
on your
verb.
resume.
So
Social security
how?
number, no pictures, none of that stuff needs to be on there. You want to make sure there's no PII. So this is an important section as well. And then when you go down to the how to apply, it's going to give you more insight. And then here is our wonderful questionnaire. So please go all the way down to the how to apply, because the next section you'll see there is the contact info. But our questionnaire, hopefully this will share as well. It's going to give you all of the basic eligibility questions. It's going to ask you
Thinking what I should do
if you have any preferences.
is to go
But then
through
as you go further down, they're going to really
um
start to go into detail about what type of experience that you have based off of
a
your
job role. So
personal
like I don't
experience
know.
in your resume. And then here is that wonderful, tell me
Sheet.
exactly in your resume where it's
What?
located. So make
Page?
sure you
There it is.
taking your time, go through
Um
everything, and use the job vacancy announcement as your go-to guide. I've seen some people, they'll print it out. Some people will highlight certain sections, put it in a Word document. The nice part is USA Jobs does store every single
that's what
application
it
that
is.
you've applied for, so you can always go back and
In
review
depth.
it, especially
So
if you have an interview coming up and you're like, I applied like 6 months ago. I don't remember what position I applied to or what it was about. Go back and review it. Look at that questionnaire. Look at the qualification section. Look at the duties so that you have a clear understanding of exactly what it takes to get through this interview and really highlight yourself in the best possible way. So hopefully this kind of makes it a little bit easier for you to break it down this way,
um
but definitely always start here. Find out if you are in that correct hiring path for that role. If not, don't apply to the job because it's not going to help you. Um, and then make sure that when you are on USA Jobs, you want to save the search. So You would just sign in. You could save a lot of different searches on
Yeah.
here, make your life a lot easier.
So
Let USA Jobs send you the alerts.
let's put it on
And
this
then
week.
when you're down here as well,
Probably maybe I'll do that on Friday.
let me see if you want something that's
Depends.
telework
Maybe tomorrow.
eligible.
I don't know. If I have time
If it's a particular series,
for
so
some time.
if you
This is gonna be a frog, so
participate in a
this will be a
series
good
based on
way to
your
get me
degree,
to eat a
you can
frog.
always look on here. If you're not sure, here's the
So
help
it's
guide that
frog.
will also help you, and it'll tell
I
you
can
every
say right off the
single
bat it's gonna be a frog.
occupation. It's going to have those
And
series on there to make it a lot
yeah.
easier for you. So there's a lot of information
So
here. So play with it. Get comfortable with USA Jobs. Don't be intimidated by it. There's so much
hopefully there's
resource
something
right here
tomorrow.
for you. This new feature that they added as well is very helpful. And it's the USA Jobs Career Explorer. This is a really good way for those that are not sure exactly kind of where they want their career to go and they're interested in maybe additional industries. Just go on in here, take the quick quiz, and then go from there. Okay? So hopefully that kind of helps everyone out a little bit. Hopefully everyone feels a little bit more comfortable, like, okay, I think I understand it now.
I'm gonna go like this
So
process is gonna be pretty slow.
if you've got
So
questions, feel free to continue to
I'm
put
just
them in
trying
the
to not
chat
overwhelm
box
myself.
and kind of go from there. And then
Make sure that
also
I
on
have
here
the
before we head
confidence,
out,
right,
let me
to
show you this
apply to
other
these things,
area.
and like I won't apply unless I can speak to everything, right?
Let's see. Let's
I
go
don't
back
have an
over to
idea
CDC.
of what I'm going to
And we do
talk
have
about.
some positions that are considered direct hires or
Shouldn't
public
apply.
notices.
But through
I don't
through
want any
the
feedback right now. These are public notices, which you'll find is a lot of these roles are open for quite an extended amount of time. These
through the
are
exercise
federal
of like
roles.
doing
So
of
you
reviewing
apply to
roles and
these,
doing that,
and
I
they will
might,
tell you in the application that these are
be able to flesh out
repository
my
positions.
experience
These are repository
a lot
resumes.
better.
So these
Speak
positions,
about it.
these applicants are pulled as needed. So if you have
Yeah.
a position you've applied to on here and you're like, I'm excited, I'm ready to go, it's going to tell you right there that these are repositories. It does not mean that you will not be selected. It just means that they're not filling those roles until a position comes available. But it makes it a lot easier to go ahead and already have an applicant pool ready to go. Okay. So hopefully that kind of helps break that part down because I know we get a lot of questions about it. So make sure if you got additional questions, please reach out to us at the recruiter at cdc.gov email, and
nice.
we
We can
will
full
try to
screen.
make sure we can get that covered for you. Okay, we're good to go. Everybody feel comfortable? Okay, that's the plan. I want you guys to feel comfortable and ready to go. Hopefully that kind of made it a little bit easier for you. And then let me go ahead and get back over to our wonderful presentation here. Now, we just talked about the direct hire authorities, which are those public notices that you saw. Those are our mission critical positions. Those are roles that we have received from the Office of Personnel Management. And let me get this up and going for you. So what you'll also find is that a lot of these roles are open for an extended amount of time, which is perfectly fine. It does take some time for us to get those
Operations
filled.
research.
This is just kind of showing you an overview
Might
of
be
some of those
might be searching
positions
for
that we
like
do
data
have
scientist or
available. So if you
statistician.
fit any of those categories, we would love to have you a
1530.
part of CDC and be in the mission with us and
1560.
fighting the fight every day. And you can always go in and apply to multiple ones. A lot of them are open to a variety of GS levels. So please feel free to apply to the ones that you feel you are eligible for, or think about which positions, might be a good fit for you. Now, this is the GS pay scale as far as just the educational part. So a lot of times people are not sure where do they qualify. So just as a quick snapshot, that GS5, GS7 are for those
That's too
bachelor
specific.
degrees. If you have over 3.0 GPA, you can apply to those GS7s. For the masters, it's usually a GS9. And then the GS11s and above are kind of like the PhD level or equivalent or master's level. So make sure that as you're going through each individual position, you're really paying attention to what's going to be a good fit for you based off of that GS level and that level of experience that you do have. So this is how you can reach out to us. We would love to hear from you. We're on Handshake, we're on LinkedIn, we're very active on LinkedIn, so please reach out to us. Facebook, Instagram, X. I'm not on X because I'm not getting fired for getting a Twitter rant with anybody. It's not that serious to me. So I'm not on there, but there definitely are CDC members that are part of that wonderful platform. So hopefully you guys have gained some really
Wonderful.
useful information
Okay.
today. I thank you for your time. I appreciate you all giving us an opportunity to speak with you today. So I see a couple of hands raised. Let me see if I can get them. All right, so I'm gonna stop sharing if everybody's got this part covered, and let's see if we can get to some questions, because that's what we're all here about. We want to know a little bit more about you. All right, Jose, you still on for me? All right, go ahead. You're free to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, awesome. So you want me to read them out?
Sure, I see a couple of hands raised. Let me see if we can get these. Make sure to keep the questions brief, please. Lynn, you're able to speak. I see your hand is raised. Are you able to speak? No? Okay. Heinz? Oh, are you able? Hi. Uh-oh, I don't know if your audio is working. I can't hear you. No? Okay. We're not able to speak. Just put your question in the chat for us. All right, Heinz?
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Two
Heinz.
questions. I was late to the party. I do apologize. Are you gonna? Is that presentation pre-recorded? Is it some way that you can share it to those who were registered?
I'm gonna
Oh
send out
boy.
the PDF slides.
Okay, great. And then my second question is, my daughter, she's currently in school to be a pharmacist, and she's looking for a rotation here in the Atlanta area. How would I guess future doctors go about navigating that type of information? She was trying to join, but she had a class this morning, and so I told her I would ask the question for her.
Yes, so we have internships and we have fellowships.
I always
I'll
love
put
people
the
who like
link
come in
in
late
the
and be like,
Q&A
let me
box.
ask a question that's been answered
Awesome. Thank you so much.
in the chat.
You're welcome.
Oh boy.
Let's see. Moria? You're free to speak.
Hi,
The like
yes, my name is
self-importance of some
Mariah.
people that are
Um,
I'm not gonna
hi.
look for him.
So I've been trying to get a position as a public health analyst. I've been working actually on COVID vaccinations and flu vaccinations education for about 4 years. And prior to that, I was working doing nutrition education for 4 years. And I was just curious, when I put in the keywords, one thing that I'm finding is that I'm worried that a lot of times I look at the questionnaire and the questions are worded so differently than I would word them, and I'm not sure.
Right. That's that. I think I
I'm
understand where she's
concerned
getting
about
at
it
there.
sounding too much
There's the same concern I
like
have.
what's written in the you know I don't know how to explain this. What's written in the questionnaire and how to make it flow with my own like way of writing,
Just stick to
so
the
that it
same
sounds
terms, I would say.
natural. And
Yeah.
so I'm just wondering because I'm not from, I work in a nonprofit public health atmosphere, so I don't naturally use that kind of language in my resume. And maybe I need a resume class, I'm realizing. So that it
It's
sounds
okay.
better. But I feel like when I read the key phrases, yes, I absolutely have that experience, or I have more than experience. But then, I haven't really gotten any responses, and it sounds like that's maybe typical because there's so many
Mhm.
people applying.
Yes.
But I'm just wondering,
I
how do I
understand
set
that
myself
experience like
apart?
perfectly.
in
Yeah.
my resume, beyond
Just
the
remember that,
requirement.
like, it's language. It's just
So you
language,
want to
right?
make sure that if you're looking at those keywords, if
Just
it says
match
like project
the term
management
that
or
you think that
analyst
they
or
mean
anything like
with the
that,
term
and
that
you're
you
writing a
use,
really
but then
strong STAR
change the
statement.
word that you
So you're
use
saying,
to match theirs.
I don't know, you've led a team of
Speak their
45
language,
in
right?
project management, resulting in 25% increase in public
Mhm.
health information. You want to include it in that sentence, but also give some result statements as well. So even if it's not
Right.
your normal language, created a sentence where if I looked at it, it's not generic. It's very specific to you and it showcases your accomplishments because that's
Mhm.
all your resume is. It's your accomplishments. Tell me everything you've done because you may not get to an interview. You may only have that resume, but we offer a resume class once a month, so you can always attend, and that way you can get a little bit more insight and clarity on exactly how to write it effectively.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. So have like so would I have like a STAR statement under each,
Mm-hmm.
like should
Under
that be
each
in those
one.
so like in the questionnaire, should I focus on having those kind of statements in the questionnaire where they ask you about your job role in um where they ask you how has this applied to your job directly or via your resume?
Yeah, that's why if you look at the questionnaire first, then you can tailor that
Yeah.
resume to it so it's easy for them to identify it. So always look at
Mhm.
that first. I know the
Mhm.
wording on the questionnaire is a little bit more detailed, and sometimes it's not a normal flow of a conversation, but it doesn't have to be that exact details, but it just needs to answer that question. So try to
Mhm.
just focus on, am I answering the question that they're asking, and can they quickly identify that I have this experience?
Right. Okay. Thank
Hmm.
you so much.
You're welcome. All right, Jose, you said there was some questions in the Q&A box too?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, let's go through these. There's a lot of them. Some of them are just remarks. So let's see. Let me find a good one. Can I view the score on the self-assessment?
Wouldn't that be nice? No. That would be
Yeah,
great, but no. I'm going to put the calendar of our webinars on here, and you can also find them on USA
Funny.
Jobs as well. I'll put the link in the chat box for everybody.
What's the
next question. Do different departments use the same job descriptions for the same position? For example, does a project manager
let's go to that
position with
afterwards.
Veterans Affairs have the same job description as a Peace Corps? If not, is there some overlap?
I
You
don't
want me to take
understand
that
the
one?
question.
Sure.
No, so it varies. I mean, for the series across the government, uh, they're designed to cover a certain field. However, different offices and organizations have different missions. Therefore, that will be guided or tailored towards that mission. So it can be different. In most instances, there is, and not only to mention that it can change because of the mission of the organization or the agency. Within that same organization or agency, it can change because of the mission or objectives of that particular office or department. So just have in mind, the best thing we can advise is to look at that particular description in the announcement because it is the source for that particular vacancy, um, and not generalize it with other agencies. Hope that answers the question. All right, next question. How many days after should I receive a reply? How many days after should I receive a reply? Once receive follow-up questions requesting to reply in 2 days and miss the deadline to reply. I'm not too sure I understand that question. Do you?
I'm wondering if they're talking about if they're getting are they getting questions from the HR staff, or are they sending us questions and they're looking for us to give a response. But if you're
I
applying
should
for a
change the name of
position,
that thing.
it really takes some time before you get an email response back, just in general when you're applying. But if you go to like the HRCS, that particular contact, that just kind of varies.
Yep. Yep.
Sorry, Jose, sorry, this is Mariah again.
Okay.
That was actually my question because I had applied for a public health analyst position, and when I did, this was some time ago, I guess they emailed me probably a few weeks later and said you have 48
There
hours
we
to
go.
reply
Okay.
to these follow-up questions. And I didn't see the email. And so I missed the deadline to reply and move forward with the process. So I'm just wondering, is that a typical scenario, or maybe that was because of I guess that's specific to the job, um the hiring manager, that some have that style that they have, instead of doing the questionnaire, they do follow-up questions.
So it depends. It depends on that office because the interview and the hiring portion, um, it's not the same as far as like a hiring official uh, may not need to even do interviews. They can select just from
Oh,
looking at
duh.
resumes. Um, but others might have a follow-on question if they did an interview or if they see something
Let's see.
before making a selection, because depending on their evaluation criteria. Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah. I guess I was just surprised because I wasn't expecting that as part of the process. So I just let people know that in general, people who are listening, that may happen. So to check, because there wasn't anything on the site in my profile, but it was
Should
emailed
be
to
back.
me. So it just kind of surprised me. Yeah, just something to be aware
I'm
of.
gonna,
That's
I'm gonna actually
to
end
watch
this
your email as well as the
webinar. It seems to have gone off the rails. So I don't need to hear everybody's problems. Although they probably are interesting to listen to. I don't really feel like putting them out on the stream. Navigating the hiring process, crafting your federal resume. That's a pretty good one. February. Did I apply to that? I think I already did that one, but that's one that I should probably go to. That's in February. That'll be perfect. Yeah. Okay. Am I already going to that one? I actually want to take a look because I might be already registered for that one. Let me get some music going so that when I go take a bio break, it'll be playing in the background there. Okay, got that going. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to want to attend this one. And then the interview tips, perfect in there. I just want to make sure that I don't have that already in my, what do you call it? So this is all CDC, right? So I'm going to search for CDC. Okay, yeah, so I don't have those. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'll do that when I come back. I'll be back in a minute. So I'll take a quick bio break, refill the water, get going. Okay, when I come back, we're going to schedule or register for the for those things, those two webinars. Then I'm going to dive into the Real Python using Python for data analysis article on Real Python and code that up and get my mind flown back into some data, start thinking about data problems again. So be back in probably like 20 minutes. February 11th. Yeah, don't have it there. And then there should be one in March 11th. Don't have it scheduled. do not have a schedule, so that's perfect. It's perfect timing. Perfect timing. So we'll register for that one. Go to yellow. Oh yeah. Okay, so I can register through here. Curvin. Faunic. My my ethnicity is that I am a phoenix. Yes. Data, science, or stats, mathematics, mathematical statistics, mathematical logic, statistical mathematics, probability. Oh, look at that! Get the F out of here. Statistics. There we go. Okay. Oh, you can put multiple. Oh, yes. Wow. Stats mathematics. What did I see? Probability. That's more with actuarial stuff, I think. Yeah. Let's see. Stats, math, and prob. What else did I see on their data? Automatic data processing. Oh, that's fun. Okay. Position seeking. I was looking for statistical assistant. Which of the following best describes your current status as a student? I've been out of school for a long time. I've been out of school for more than 2 years. This doesn't seem to be ordered properly. I'm currently in school. I am currently a student who will be graduating in over a year. I am yeah, but this is a subset of that. So, what? Well, why even have this option? These two cover it. And then this one's a subset of that one, so it's just narrowing it down. But it is like ordered for how frequently decreasing the time between now and when you're going to graduate. That's so weird. So I'm gonna say not applicable. Are you interested in internship, fellowship, or full-time position? Full-time. I have not. I know. I'm not entitled to that as a spouse of that. USA jobs, for sure. Privacy policy, sure, whatever. Okay, and let's see if that pops up on our radar here. Let's see. So, what I'll do is add that to the calendar. Oh no, really? That sucks. I guess I'll do it through the mail, through the email that they're going to send for confirmation. I don't know if I'm going to do that today, but let's just do that. So we're going to apply for this one as well. Register for the... Okay, register for that one. Calvin. My ethnicity is a phoenix. Oops. Wait, yeah, I'm 18 years or older. Did I put that for the other one? Math, stat, prob. I don't think that's going to fit, but it's interesting. Data science, automatic data processing, position seeking, automation, clerical, and assistance. I might look at that. That might be fun. Uh, 0326. Is that even a thing? Oh, that kills it for me. Answer phones? No. What a shit pay scale, too. I thought it meant that you used automation. That's not automation. That's work. It sucks. Statistical analysis ass. Statistical ass. Oh, I can put multiple. Data science. And then 1530, I think was the other one. Yeah. Yeah. And what was the other? Mathematical statistician. Yeah, that's fun. What's the difference? Should look into that. Okay, let's move this up there. I'm going to take some mail. Just to get this off my... I don't want to add it to a to-do list. It's only going to take a minute. So I might as well just do it there. So how do I create one from there? Create from the thing. Okay, create events. And yeah, let's bring it here. Event. I put this as network. Just put it as network. CDC event. So this is a... What was I using for the meeting things? It was like Zoom or something. What about a Z? Zoom? Info? That's it. Info session. Info session. CDC yellow. Gotta delete that. I just delete everything from there. Okay, so it doesn't like come up with, oh, are you going to this one? Are you going? Oh, of course I'm going to it. I freaking created it. Why would I add myself as a guest? Am I two different people? Oh, I hope that went to the right place. No, it did not. It did not. It did not, in fact, go to the right place. This is going to be on Feb. Oh, this is the March 11th one. Okay. Save that. There we go. Okay, and then we'll add another one. Correct. Okay. We will do that, and then what I'll do is needed. We'll do this February one. We'll add an event from there. So obviously not very good at picking up the details here. It's not skills, it's network. What am I doing? It's just info session for that, and that's going to be on... Oh, it's 10 to 11. I got to change that. God, it gets none of the details right. So, 12 o'clock Eastern. So let's put that in there and just change the time zone to... It's this one, right? Twelve to 1 Eastern. There we go. Okay. And then I gotta change the March one. Okay, so the other one's at 9. Oops. What is this from? I feel like this is from a video game or something, this song. So I'll be first up in the morning. In the morning. Wait, what happened? Where'd it go? Seriously, dude. What? Where did it go? Because it's at 7. Oh. It's gonna be at 12. Okay, never mind. Guess I'll just search. That's it. That's why. There it is. Okay. Right early in the morning. That one. I have this as 9 to 5, but you know, that's just... I don't have to do everything in 9 to 5. Okay. Okay. Let's get started with this using Python for data analysis. Okay, what are we going to learn? We're going to learn best practices, my career, NumPy, projects, Python. Data science, Python, best practices, intermediate. 3 comments. So we're going to understand the need for a data analysis workflow. We're going to set our objectives, acquire our data, cleanse our data with Python, perform data analysis using Python, and we're going to use regression. Awesome. Communicate my findings and resolve an anomaly. Okay, so the first thing that we have to do is data analysis is a broad term that covers a wide range of techniques that allow you to reveal any insights. So what I'm going to do is open up my code editor. I think what I wanted to do with this, so I might actually be tinkering around here since it's the first time that I've been doing this. Oh boy, what is that? None. Oh, there's been an update apparently to the downstream keyer. Or I've just been... Yeah, there's been an update to downstream keyer. I think? I'm not sure. Okay, we have messages, which keyboard, and then we have the ticker, and then I guess I want to add another downstream keyer. What do I need to do to have that happen? What I want to have happen is that I want my Visual Studio Code thing to just pop up. So wherever there's Visual Studio Code, it's gonna be there. So if I go over to that's right here. It does show up there. That is that. Now what I need to do is have that overlaid on something, basically. Basically, I think what I want to do for the overlay, so underneath, I think I'm going to have to change the, yeah, I'm going to have to change, I'm going to have to add a filter. I'm going to have to change the alpha. How do I do that again? Color create chroma key mask. I think it's chroma key, right? Chroma key. I guess it's color key. Yeah. Not chroma key. Image mask. Luma key. Luma key. Oh boy. I don't think that's the way to go. Luma smooth. Luma max smooth. Yeah, I don't think that's the way to go with that. It's not Luma key for sure. It's just, I want to just change the alpha. How do I change the alpha again? I guess it's color key. Opacity. That's it. Oh no, I'm disappearing. Doc. Maybe 50%? I think maybe I'll put it at 50. 50%. That way, we still have the overlays and stuff like that. So where is it going to go, though? So it has to go left to right, right? So it has to be one of those things that comes up. We have overlay drawing. Actually, maybe I should put it in the lower left thing. No, I guess what I'm going to do is add VS Code to that. So if I'm on there, VS Code does overlay on top there. So I think what I want to have happen, I think that's fine actually. Maybe looking over here and doing that stuff. But the problem is if I move this and it moves off screen. No, but if I'm here, it's there. Okay, if I keep it there, we'll be fine. So just the others. Okay. Then, yeah, so that if I go back over to the other thing, if I go back over here, then it's still kind of over there. The only thing I wanted to do with that is to make it so that just need to change the opacity, probably make it 65 or something like that. 75? Yeah, I guess that seems a little better. What I wanted to do with this, kind of do this on the side, right? So there we go. And I want to do that 150. Me smaller. I don't know. I guess 150 is good. No, you know what? Go to 125. Okay. So what do they? How do they describe data analysis? Because on our obsidian understanding of data analysis, in our Google Data Analytics certificate course on Coursera, they are describing it as being a there we go. They're describing it as being the collection, transformation, and organization of data in order to draw conclusions, right? So on the on RealPython, they define this as a broad term that covers a wide range of techniques that enable you to reveal any insights and relationships that may exist within raw data. As you might expect, Python lends itself readily to data analysis. Once Python has analyzed your data, you can use your findings to make good business decisions, improve procedures, and even make informed predictions based on what you've discovered. So, okay, so they say that make good business decisions. Make good business decisions. That's the last part of that other thing, right? So to drive informed decision making. So let's get that up over here. I'm just gonna, maybe I'll just futz around with this, doing it like this. Yeah, I don't know how I want to do this, honestly. Okay, I don't know how I want to do this. We're gonna futz around with the format for sure. Be interesting to look at like how this is gonna look at the beginning of this quest and then the end. I did not fill up my water like I said I was going to. And there we go. That's the last of it. Gonna be taking lunch soon, so let's take a look. Before you start, you should familiarize yourself with Jupyter Notebook, a popular tool for data analysis. And so what we're gonna do is control that guy right there. It's gonna get me. No, I want these separated. I want this like that. Should be enough space. Get rid of that there. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Put that over there. I guess that's fine. Yeah, that's fine to put that over there. Tuck obsidian over in the corner over there. So then, like, if I come back over to the other thing, I guess that doesn't work. Really? What is that? Why is that? What is that? That's so weird. Okay. Okay. So I can see which Python I'm using. I am using the right one. Which pip? All that stuff. So, okay, come on up back over here. Come back over to the right side. Come on. I want that. Why is it not going back over to the right side? No. Okay. For whatever reason. I don't know why. There we go. Pip install. I always just use this Python module. Make sure that I have the right Python. Pip install. We're going to have to install some dependencies here. Let's see if they talk about that. Understanding the need for data. So they have CSV, so we're going to need pandas. We're going to need the Jupyter IPy notebook and the IPy kernel for in VS Code. There, sure. And it will it should tell me that, that's the thing. That was like one of the big updates, I think, it's Python 3.12. 12 or 11. One of those ones was like, let's get the better error messages. So let's see. You might also like to learn how Pandas data frame stores its data. Knowing the difference between a data frame and a Pandas series will also prove useful. So, yeah, data frame has it's like akin to a table, a two-dimensional table with an index, right? Which has an ID for each row. Actually, you can make the index non-unique, but most of the time the ID is unique. Yeah. Right. So it's got rows and columns, right? Basically. Pandas series, though, is basically like just one column of the data frame. It could also, that's not necessarily true. It could either be a column or it could be a row of the data, depending on like how you view it. You can insert a Pandas series as a row, I believe, but that's kind of not the norm. Like in order to add a column on to a data frame, you can usually just do like use the bracket notation, use the new column, right? Use the notation for that new column for like accessing a column that doesn't quite exist yet, and then you assign that value to a Pandas series, and then that will add on another row or another column. Download the free files, data files, and sample code. Let's download it now. So we'll download, view the source code. So we have that in downloads. The only thing, I don't know if I want their source code. I just want the, whatchamacallit. So they have the data in Parquet and in others. So we have README and then all this other stuff. And they have IPy Notebook, so they're finding some results there. So I think I'm going to do something like that. I think what I want to do, though, is let's first pip install the things that I need to do. We're going to need pandas. We're going to need matplotlib for sure. I'm pretty sure. I did see, we're going to make some graphs. And we need the IPy kernel, so IPy Notebook and IPy kernel, I think. And that should do it, I think. We'll just do that for now. See if we need to install any other dependencies. And then from there, what I'm going to do is to create a directory. And actually, I can do that right now. Just do a new folder from here without going into the... Could also do it from the terminal. Actually, I should do it from the terminal. So we can create a new terminal by doing Control-Shift tilde, or the tick mark, and then we're in bash. And now what I can do, make the directory. I'm going to say Python for data analysis. Let's go like a real Python for data analysis for that one. Yeah, and then what we'll do is we'll put we'll create a folder called data. We'll put the data in there. Yeah, we'll do that, and what I'll do is move everything from this here. I wish you could can you just click and move it? No, you can't. It sucks. Okay. All right. Let's use the command. Let's use let's do it from terminal. Always good to work on our bash and our Linux skills here. So cd into yeah, that's what I'll do. cd into shoot. I think I need to actually go back into there and go to downloads. That's not a thing. Okay, yeah. Oh, I have Kevin under there? Oh, I changed my name. Oh, weird. Really? Kevin at Kevin Yoga. Okay, that's how I did that. That's weird. Now there should be downloads. Come on. Here. Sir. Okay, yeah, so we want to unzip this, right? We want to extract this into materials data analysis, I guess. We'll do that. A little slow going off the bat here. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually cd into the materials data analysis. So we'll look at that. And so what we'll do is we'll go move all what do we want to do though? Can I like move all without a without matching a certain pattern? All files that don't match give an extension. It's more that what I'm looking for wildcards. So you got to pipe it. Oh. That's tricky, isn't it? Well, he's picking the particular things. Oh, okay. Let's go with that. That might work. Okay. We're gonna move star that fit the extensions patterns. CSV, JSON, Parquet, Excel SX, and the cleanse data we won't move though. Well, no, it will get moved. Okay, we'll just delete it. So we're gonna move that to projects. That's going to be professional projects. 2025 data analysis projects, and then real Python for data analysis, and then into data. And then now let's see if we have those in there. I don't know where the data went. Where'd the data folder go? Oh, because there's nothing else in there. Okay, so if I do something like code, or actually let's go back to Okay, let's exit out of here and go back to the other one. And we can do a pip, or let's do Python. Pip freeze the requirements, output to the requirements without text. And then we can take a look at the requirements. So we've got Jupyter Core, Jupyter Client, IPyKernel, IPyNotebook, IPython. I think we're good to go. We got pandas, and we got pillow for image processing. I don't know why that's like a core thing. What is the... Is that Matplotlib? Curious. Maybe that's for like image processing for like outputting images from Matplotlib or something like that. Okay, so that works. All right, and then I'm just gonna like, oops, sorry. Right. Okay. So basically, yeah, we're gonna stay in that thing. So I want to CD into the real Python thing, the data. And then I want to code a new file. So it's going to be data PFDA. Notebook.ipy. Or you can just do PFDA. IPy notebook. And then from there, we'll have that there. Now when we expand that, that should work. So we do need to select an interpreter, really, because it should be using the one that we have from the Venv. It's not that one. Select the kernel, Python environments. Why don't, like, doesn't make any sense. Why is it not there? Weird. Okay, I can save it, I guess. And it should go up there. Why is this like... slash data is there, but then... Oh, I think I know why. Let's just delete this. I made a mistake when calling this. So what we want is to do it from the current directory for there. There we go. Now we can save it. Weird. There we go. I don't know why it doesn't... That's so odd. I don't know why it didn't do that. Should have created that file. Right there. Okay, whatever. Let's see. And so what did they say data analysis is? Reveal insights and relationships that may exist within raw data. So let's get another definition going on here. There we go. And the source of this one was Real Python. So let's add a cell. We have a code cell, and we'll just... I don't know why it's not global end or... What happened to the kernel? Guess we'll just like reload. Alright, let's exit out of here and then we'll just go back to it. There we go. For some reason, the interpreter wasn't selecting the right version. The right virtual environment was not being supported there. Okay. Should be detecting a right kernel. How come it's not picking the kernel? Yeah, that's the one. Okay, that's weird. Got to select our kernel, and you got Jupyter variables. So you got like a that's nifty. It's nifty it is. Cell tags. Don't know what that means. You can add cell tags. How does that get saved as in the standard of the IPy notebook? I guess that's just in the JSON for the whatchamacallit. Wait, are IPy notebooks JSON or YAML? I don't remember. All right, so we're getting started here. So alternatively, Jupyter Lab will give you an enhanced notebook experience. You might also like to learn how that. Right, so what I'm doing though is to use the VS Code with IPy notebooks, right, with the Jupyter kernel installed. IPy kernel. In this tutorial, you'll use a file named James Bond. I'm gonna actually delete this cleaned. Whatever. Subset. It contains a subset of the original data with some of the records altered to make them suitable for this tutorial. You'll find it in the downloadable materials. Once you have your data file, you're ready to begin your mission into data analysis. So let's take a look at this. This is from Kaggle, and it's a great source for some data sets. So get some data sets there. Okay. Great little data dictionary here. Fictional British Secret Service agent created in 1953 by a writer, Ian Fleming. James Bond movies have been shot across the world, and several famous actors have portrayed him on film. James Bond, or as he refers to himself in the films, James Bond, have grossed billions of dollars in sales and are known for their unique locations, technology, and of course, beautiful women Bond girls. This dataset provides many features about the film, such as year, actor, sales, martinis, etc., which can be used to analyze individually or as a complete series. This is going to be ridiculous and not very entertaining, I don't think. The number of times he says Bond, James Bond, the number of martinis consumed in the movie. So we're talking about really small data here. Yeah, so this is just going to be a very simple project to work on here. 7.8 kilobytes of data, very, very small. 27 columns. How many films were there? Well, I guess we could take a look at See how many films there are in this thing. Oh, it says right here 25 rows, so I guess there's 25 films. Okay. We could have explored that. We could have examined that. So understanding the need for a data analysis workflow. So data analysis is very popular in involving can involve performing many different tasks of varying complexity. Specific analysis steps you perform will depend on which data set you're analyzing and what information you hope to glean. To overcome these scope and complexity issues, you need to take a strategic approach when performing your analysis. This is where data analysis workflow can help you. Interesting. Okay. Let's yeah, I think maybe we'll do a new definition here. And this is going to be just copy paste from here. We'll just put that right into the. And we'll say that this is from Real Python. Okay. A data analysis workflow is a process that provides a set of steps for your analysis team to follow when analyzing data. The implementation of each of these steps will vary depending on the nature of your analysis, but following an agreed upon workflow allows everyone involved to know what needs to happen and to see how it's progressing. So what I'm going to do is actually copy the image. Okay, so there is like a thing there. Can I just like copy this part? I put that in there. Weird. So I know that there is a yeah, we know that this is the caption, right? There we go. That works for that. So what we'll do is we'll just copy this. Just copy that. And you just put it up over here. There we go. There's an example of a data analysis workflow is to start, set your objectives, then go to data acquisition. So define what you want to do, right? Data acquisition, data cleansing, then do some data analysis and possibly recleanse and possible reanalysis, right? There's a bit of a loop there as you do your exploratory data analysis and reveal that, okay, there's some data that is dirty here. There's duplicated values. They're clearly the same thing. Like when you look at cities that have misspellings and things like that. And you want to do data analysis on that and communicate your findings and then set your objectives. So you also want to part of the analysis is when you're doing exploratory data analysis is to do that. Yeah, so, oh boy, I'm tired. Did not get enough sleep last night. Woke up too early. Communicate your findings is the last step, and findings may reveal additional exploration possibilities, of course, to reset your objectives with that same data set, right? Of course, and then you go down the process again. Maybe you wanted to add some more data, or do some other thing, right? Then you stop. Okay, so that's a workflow for data analysis. So the solid arrows show the standard data analysis workflow that you'll work through to learn what happens at each stage. The dashed arrows indicate where you may need to carry out some of the individual steps several times, depending upon the success of your analysis. Indeed, you may even have to repeat the entire process should your first analysis reveal something interesting that demands further attention. Yeah. I do worry about like AI being used in this way that you've like, okay, we've defined a process, so we can automate it, right? With AI taking up the unpacking those individual boxes for like taking care of data acquisition, taking care of data cleansing, and then doing the analysis and like that loop, right, of cleaning the data. So for standard things, but yeah. But for now, I think we're good here. I think we're safe from AI taking that part, at least for the next 5 years. Okay, we're gonna perform an analysis of movie data. Ooh, the movies that you'll analyze all relate to the British secret agent Bond, James Bond. Ah, okay, whatever. I don't care. Now, first thing you want to do is set your objectives, right? So I think what I want to do then in my notebook is to say, let's put that, can I put that over top? Is to put that as, so how do I do this? I can hit escape, or I can do Control M, moves focus. And I can do Y? No. You have to do escape. Markdown. M is markdown. So tab moves focus. Control M. Tab moves focus. Okay, whatever. I've got to remember how to work with these. So let's set our objectives here. So the very first step in the workflow. So what we'll do is actually we'll define all different parts of this. So the objective, we're going to go from the objective, we're going to go from data acquisition. We're going to go to data cleansing. And then we're going to do data analysis on that. And then we're going to communicate. That's going to be the major parts of this, right? I'm going to save that. I think I'm going to close this down. Minimize. Close that down. I had a postman thing. That was the cell tags. Okay. Postman thing. Okay, let's go back over here. So, vitally important for you and your analysis team to be clear on what exactly you are all trying to achieve. This step doesn't involve any programming, but is very important because without an understanding of where you want to go, you're unlikely to get there. It reminds me of the quote in Alice in Wonderland with if you don't know where to go, then it doesn't matter which path you take, right? Which character said that, though? Cheshire Cat. Man, this is still driving me batty. The cursor disappears sometimes, but not always again. So at least it's not... When it does disappear, it does come back. I don't know if you can see any of that flickering or anything. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so one day Alice came to a fork in the road and saw a whatchamacallit in the tree. Let's get rid of that, actually. Saw a Cheshire cat in the tree. Which road do I take? She asked. Where do you want to go? Was his response. I don't know, Alice answered. Then the cat said it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter which road you take. Right. Very timely. Yeah. It's always very philosophical thing to examine. So where do you want to go? Where do you want to go? If you don't know where you're going, then you'll get there, right? Then you'll get wherever you're planning on going, because you're not planning on going anywhere. You'll get nowhere. The objectives of your data analysis will vary depending on what you're analyzing. Your team leader may want to know why a new product hasn't sold, or perhaps your government wants information about a clinical test of a new medical drug. You may even be asked to make investment recommendations based on the past results of a particular financial instrument. Regardless, you must still be clear on your objectives, then these define your scope. In this tutorial, you'll gain experience in data analysis by having some fun with the James Bond movie data set mentioned earlier and whatever our objectives, right? So the objectives of this, the questions that we want to answer here. Is there a relationship between the Rotten Tomatoes ratings and those from IMDb ratings? I don't know why you had to do that. Okay. I would say what insights can be gleaned from analyzing the lengths of the movies. Is there a relationship between the number of enemies James Bond has killed and the user ratings of the movie? In which they were killed. I mean, that's implicit. I'm just gonna go with that. The movie they were killed in. So we could probably maybe ask some more questions in the objectives, like, but I guess what we'll do is we'll just go through their initial objectives there, and then we'll tack on more. And so now we have to go to acquiring our data, and we already have it, right? They gave it to us up ahead there. Once we've established our objectives, our next step is to think about what data we need to achieve them. Hopefully this data is readily available for us. It's already given to us, but you may have to work hard to get it, and you may need to extract it from the data storage systems within an organization or collect survey data. What is this about? Oh boy, what is going on? Stop that. Where did it go? Here we go. This was this was from last year. Okay. Just saw the date. I thought it might be from like the future. No, it's almost a year ago. Okay, so we're setting our objectives, acquiring data. Let's see. Hopefully this data will be readily available. Collect survey data. Data survey collection. This is interesting, right? Of course. I've been interested in like survey data and analyzing survey data. Chatbots. Yeah. Okay. Key methodological issues of online surveys are sampling, invitations, non-response bias, right? The people that don't respond are maybe, you know, there's skewing the results there. Acquiescence bias. That you want to appease the person on the other end if you're doing a phone interview. Right, they try to say things that are more what they think are normal, right? Rather than what they actually believe. Platform issues, questionnaire design, post-survey adjustments, telephone. This might be something to collect. And I'm going to actually do that. I'm going to collect this for my... just an article that we looked at briefly and might want to revisit at some point. And I'll just add this to my job hunt there, and we'll go there. And then what I'll do is I'll just go back previous data analysis workflow. And we're still on that. Okay, let me just do a quick update here. So we were doing that and we went to use that. So right, that one. Okay, and then we did this one. Survey data collection. We'll say like resources created maybe or viewed. Really, I mean, it doesn't need to, it's just resources. Resources that we created, resources that we examined. So basically I'll leave that. So we have the survey data collection, then we have our data analysis workflow, and then we have data analysis notes. Just trying to document like what I'm doing. It's going to be a slower process than I would normally do, but I really just want to be mindful of like what I am doing as I do this, even if it's just me going chaotically off script and examining it, just following where my brain takes me. So the resources used with that, and I guess we can just move that up, right? Meetings had were there, resources there. Okay. So this should, like, with my Obsidian graph, it should point back to some other things. So we'll flesh that out like a lot more as we go along. But yeah. For now, we'll just do this. Okay. So coming back to this, regardless, we'll somehow need to get the data. And this, they gave it to us, right? So we just need to import the data and set it to a data frame. Yeah, assign it to a data frame, just process it as a pandas data frame. Okay, so regardless of how you'll get the data, when your bosses briefed you on your objectives, they also gave you the data in the James Bond data. You now spend some time becoming familiar with what you have in front of you. And during the briefing, you made some notes on the contents of the file. And I guess we could just take this. And so we have data acquisition. And then underneath that, I think B is below. And I can do escape and M and do that. No, that's not it. Okay. All right, so we want to just paste that, even though... Ah, gosh, that sucks. Okay, but we can make this a... whatchamacallit? Is it Alt-L? Alt-Shift-L? Alt-Shift... L? Alt-Shift-I? What is the... I don't like it. What is it? Control-Shift-E? We want to find... Oh. Select all in a line, right? Talk a line comment. No. It's about like putting a cursor on a line ends. Shift Alt I. Or is it L or I? Shift Alt. Shift Alt I? Oh, there it is. I can go to the front and then I can put in that and then I can go Control Tab over, but it's gonna be... I'm just gonna have to make an adjustment on the one. Just put space there. Okay, and then I can put... Gosh, dang it, Bobby. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think there's a way to fix that. I just need to make an adjustment between this here. There we go. I'm not thrilled with the style of the table. I don't know how you like change the style. Is there a way to do it from here? This is just I'm just trying to like get back into this. So it's been a while since I've used VS Code. So this is going to be very much me getting used to this IDE again and learning all the shortcuts and understanding how the IPy kernel works in I guess, yeah, in VS Code and in general. So I might just take a detour now and figure out how to I think what it is with the Markdown, I think it's a HTML thing that, well, it's with CSS. You need to put a style onto it in a Jupyter. Table design, change the table design. Try to put some CSS to style in the table heading. So we can do the style. Just do the style right before. That will change all the styles of all of the things, I think. No, I guess that's not working. Really? Oh, you tried it and it seemed to work in the Markdown viewer. Doesn't seem to change the Jupyter notebook, so you might want to take a look at it. Well, of course, why would it? Because what are you targeting? Table header, padding top right, padding right, and padding. Oh, well, duh, yeah. Okay, but I don't really care about the padding so much. I don't care about the padding. So HTML style table border, right? Border collapse, border text align, border collapse. What does that mean? Apparently doesn't do anything. Okay, I don't know what it's doing. I don't need any of this stuff for the padding, so... Table styling is kind of, yeah, let's go through this W3 Schools thing. Nth child, even background color? Oh, that's cool. Oh, well, that's nifty, actually. No, I'm not going to do that. Ooh, that might work, actually. Oh, it's white. Hovering doesn't... Oh, it does. It just doesn't work. It only works on that. Only on the header. Well, that's weird. Oh, I know, because it was on header. Duh. What am I doing? I'm controlling the header. PR is the row. There we go. Cool. That's awesome. Yes. Yes. Very cool. Oops. I keep doing Control E because that's what you do to go back to the source mode in Obsidian. Wish there was a way to do that with this. Okay, so the hover selector. Anything? Oh, but come on. I want to change the border. Can I change the border? Table padding. What about border? Table header. Table sizes. Table border. Here we go. Okay. Oh, here we go. Right. Okay. What we want to do is to do table TD. Nope. Okay. Table header. Is there a way to like do... Ooh, wait a minute. That doesn't work. That must be a different, they must have a different CSS thing. Can I do none? No. How do I do it? TH and TD? No, it's not working. What about dotted? Huh. I think you can do a div here and inside of this div. You know, bam, bam, bam. And 9-6 D4 D4. Okay, well that's weird. I think it was like, what was it, E5? No. Really? Well, that's kind of cool. I think that's okay. It's just, what do I want this to be? Watercolor. Watercolor's too light. I think if I make it darker. No, it doesn't change that. It does not change that. It's so weird. Okay. Watercolor's not changing. Can we change border radius? Nope. 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 Can't change border radius. Okay, so ooh. Okay, well maybe that works. We gotta like split. So where does split cell? Control Shift minus. Okay. And then what we do is we use a magic called HTML, and then we just change this to a Python. Yeah. That didn't work. Weird. Yeah, that does not work. In fact, can you join two things? Merge cells. Join selected cells. Cannot join cells of different kinds. Oh, of course. Okay. That's why it was doing that. So we have to go ahead and that. Yeah. Oops. Weird. And then you just do Control Shift. Weird. All right. Today's really just a learning, like just getting back at this, just trying to learn what I'm doing with this IDE. Okay. We'll get better proficiency as we move along. It's just been not great so far. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how you like do anything with. How do you add style sheets to it? Table borders, right? Oh, gosh, this is the same thing I went through. It's just such a weird thing to get like irked by, but it's something I want to fix. All right, we're gonna have to take lunch pretty soon. It's 12:30. Okay, maybe this is a good stopping point because I'm like in a mode where I want to really solve this, and 4 hours later maybe I'll solve it, but I don't want to waste that time on this. Oh. So you can't apply it to anything else. So they're saying just to the table. That didn't appear to do anything. Didn't appear to do jack shit. So they also say to remove TD. Oh, right. I forgot to do it like that. Oh, I wasn't using the importance. Right. Okay. Oh, of course. Okay, so if we do... Let's get rid of that, actually, and do this. That doesn't work. So table collapse, that doesn't work. But table divisions does work, hidden. The problem is with TH, table header. There we go. Okay. Now I'm happy, I think. I think I'm happy. Yeah. So that's how we do that. All right, I'm happy with that. Then we'll just like copy and paste that if we want to go to anything else. I do like table divisions. How to control, so CSS table TD horizontal. Oh, wait a minute. I think I know why. Okay. This is why. Okay, so TR. And then TR hover. And then that was specific. Where we want to go TR. And then from here, so the table rows, we want to have a border style. How do you do that? Or just do border. So or actually, yeah. It's just because of that. That doesn't do it. I would like a formatter for Markdown, right? Oh, you know what? Never mind. I don't want to do that. Alt-Shift-F was the... Yeah, so what was the... Alt-Shift-Space? I don't remember. No, it's not Alt-Shift-Space. It's Control-Shift-Space, Control-Space. There it is. Border style. Hidden? Oh, no, it's just a search. Okay, never mind. Here's like border styles. Oopsie. Here we go. Do ridge. That didn't do it. Oh, we can do important though. No, that don't do it, man. That don't work. That don't work indeed. Maybe key. Yeah. Okay, so that works on the other one, but not on the TRs. TR hover. Maybe because we want this to be underneath that. Border left, border right, none. I don't know if that works though. Let's try it that way. Let's try it that way with just get rid of all of this for a second, and then just add That's cool. I like that. That works. We'll just do the hover. Okay. Well, that's kind of cool. For the table, and then for those ones, the border left, border right off, the border bottom. Pops out. I like that. That's pretty cool. 1 second. All right, we're gonna take a break and take lunch. We're gonna take our lunch now, and just finishing this up before we're. What are we gleaned from this? We have a variety of data. Don't need all of it to meet our objectives, but you can think more about this later on. For now, you're concentrating getting the data out of the file and into Python for cleansing and analysis. And remember, also, it's considered best practice to retain the original file in case you need it in the future. So you decide to create a second data file with a cleansed version of the data. This will also simplify any future analysis that may arise as a consequence of your mission. Right, okay. Well, that's what we do. So, be back in a minute. Okay, so overlay PRB, or I need to create a new one for like lunch. Lunch. Okay, I'm gonna actually do that right now. Just do another overlay. I'm just gonna copy my BRB and I add a stream marker. Unnamed. It's added, but it appeared in the video editor after it ends. Okay, I don't know what that means. Okay, so I think I'll just do that. I think what I wanted to do was to add a macro. Yeah, so I think, my gosh, there's something wrong with this, the switcher here. The scene switcher is all messed up ever since we updated. Weird. We do need to do updates on Obsidian for some of these other things. So we want to add just a macro for Never mind. I'll just change it on there. It doesn't matter right now. Getting too into the weeds. I do want to get a better come right back screen. That's okay though. We don't have to worry about that.
Drinks, but in any event, that wasn't too hard.
Good.
There we go.
And there was a reference to, let's see, 39 across. Insert in a tall glass, perhaps.
Actually, can we like install this as a
a little while ago.
app?
I think this is a reward for frequent crossword solvers.
We had crazy straw in there for a while, but we had to take it out because it just wasn't working.
I got the word straw. I think I was working from the back.
Install page as an app.
And that Y of Bendy ran into 28 down. Rolling source of entertainment.
There we go.
Nice.
I can like get rid of this and I can also just go.
26 down was kind of
Hyun.
not quite informative.
Really?
Kinda, sorta.
Yes. Kinda, sorta.
Sometimes you get kinda, and sometimes you
What?
get sorta, but I don't ever remember getting them together. Kinda, sorta.
Well, I will tell you, it has happened before. Because this is not a debut, answer.
Where'd it go?
We did have something else that was not a debut answer, 34 down, making weaker in gamer jargon, and that was nerfing. I stand corrected. It was in that form. It was, in fact, a debut answer. But they used nerf or nerfed.
Oh,
really?
Lots of times.
Well, but they used it to refer to the fact that a gamer has been somehow impaired.
Oh.
So that I was
Okay,
thinking that maybe
well,
because of that. So
it didn't
has
work.
been mentioned frequently, but I guess it wasn't the word nerfing because, as I say, this is the first time it's appeared here. Let's see. We had 2 down.
There we go.
Unclaimed. No
That
one
did it.
That took a little bit,
Yeah.
but yeah, that was a great answer.
And then
Let's see
certainly
this.
12 across polo participants.
What we gonna do here?
Right.
I thought horses.
I put riders to start with.
Well, they also participate. Suppose you put the mallets as well.
That's right. I mean, they're sort of the major participants.
Right.
But
Right. We gotta do.
Well, theoretically you could just have.
What are we on
polo
here?
Players on top of other polo players.
Right.
But that
Would
would
you just like random stuff?
In fact, it might even be 1 down. Salacious, which is spicy. That is a great word.
See all from here.
Salacious.
Yep.
So we looked at like unit 1 and those things. So I want to do like the unit test
You know, I thought stools
for all
right,
those.
but then I thought, oh, it wouldn't be stools, but it was. Yep.
When have I
I
not
had
done
trouble
one of
with,
these things?
Let's see, it was 6 down because the clue was surf site, and so I thought, oh, it's got something to do with that.
Proficient, but not
But no, they meant real surf.
Real
It
surf,
was
expert.
Sure missed that one. Haha.
So we're proficient on some things and we're not
Hypothetical starting point. Let's say I like
expert
that.
on others. Okay.
Yeah. I like that.
Geometric distributions. Let's talk about those.
14 down. It stands out in
Okay.
print.
Let's go through these.
That was amusing.
We're ready to practice. Let's go.
Television stations.
You can connect Microsoft Teams and Google Classroom with that for some reason.
I thought anything, but it was CNN.
Okay.
And then
Well,
we had
that's weird.
41
I'm gonna
across.
actually
Basic
open this
cable
up a little
channel,
bit.
USA.
There we go.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I did. You know, it's just like.
Let's go. Okay.
Cable channel, and I realized I don't know any cable channels, but I got it through the process.
The last traffic light before Maud gets home has a 44% chance of being green. When she reaches it, let T be the number of times Maud reaches the traffic light before she has to stop at it, and assume that each time is independent of the others, and then find the mean standard deviation. T.
Yeah, I kind of drew a blank on that. But
How do I want to like sketch this out? So basically,
14 across.
you have
Response to an obvious statement. Who knew?
Yeah. You can even hear the tone of the voice.
Yes.
Who knew?
the calculator.
Another one here, 22 across. No doubt in my mind. Yeah, I'm.
Well, we could do a calculator, right? You could get the calculator up.
4 across.
That's
Swap
fine.
Watering hole.
Scientific calculator. Let's put that up aside there. There we go. And there's no history yet.
Yeah, I was thinking of like.
Okay. So a geometric variable, geometric distribution.
And then beneath that.
So the geometric distribution is like
50 across.
the sum of.
Right.
I don't know very much about.
Well, the sum of all. So the sum of all possibilities is going to have to equal 1.
Commonplace for a drinking establishment.
But basically, you have like some percent chance of something happening, right? So
Some restaurants, you have
44% chance of being green when she reaches it.
Well.
T is the number of times Maud reaches the traffic light before she has to stop at it, and then assume that each time is independent from others, right? Okay, and then so we need to know something about the way that
So if you can help
geometric distributions,
Yeah, I just looked it up.
the mean of those things, and the standard deviation. Oh boy. Okay, so the mean
Located in the basement of a city
number of times.
nearby. The city hall is called the Rap House.
That's got to be the expectation.
Probably a good thing. Okay.
Basically, right? The mean is going to be the expectation there.
Let's
So
see, what else did we have? 45 down.
the mean of
was
a
prefix with athlete, and I thought pro, as in pro athlete,
Oh.
but it was tri, as in
Yes.
triathlete.
Yes.
I guess come to think of it, pro athlete is
Pro
probably
is
two
not-
words.
not
so not just like 1 over p.
47 down. Start to work? Question mark. And it was an abbreviation, and the answer was month.
Yeah, that was funny too.
Let me see if I have something to help me with that.
Or at least recognize once I got it this answer. Once I got it that this was correct. But 16 down. Natural rug fibers were sisals.
Yes, well, that's been in the puzzle a lot.
A what?
That's a pretty common crossword word, I think.
It's appeared 6 times. I'm not sure if we should.
No.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Totally
Probability and statistics. A little textbook from
As in Sissel beat a mill? Wait, wrong one.
way back.
Sissel has appeared
It's
148
weird.
times.
My microphone's
Right. Well, you
shrunk down here. Hang on a second.
right over it. So it first appeared, for those of you who like to keep track of
Okay.
things, in 1945. when it
There we
was
go. That's
used
better, right?
As rope
Okay.
fiber.
Yep.
Waldo Ranson was the constructor, and Farrer was the editor, who was editor for a very long time. Let's see. Oh, 29 across. I found that fascinating. Let's see if I can get back to it. MLB
Break,
team
man.
was the first to trade a player for himself, Harry Chuddy, in 1962. The answer was Mets.
Right.
I want to know how that happened.
Me too.
Oh, I figured you know.
No.
Okay.
No. That's old time baseball.
Okay, I don't know what happened there.
I imagine a mustache was involved, and possibly a fake nose.
I just dropped the book on it for some reason.
Maybe he had an alien.
All right, and just did a whole bunch of nonsense there. Glad the stream is still going. That's so weird.
Hey, if you don't like me, have a chocolate.
Okay.
1962, which was well after when Babe Ruth
Yeah,
played.
I got this book that I'm gonna take a look at geometric distributions in. Yeah, this is a pretty fun book too. This would be a fun book to go after for like once I get hired.
That's just amazing to me.
Partition theorem. Interesting.
I think we got most of the
6.3 special discrete distributions, the geometric distribution at 186. They got the binomial, hypergeometric, and the geometric, and the Poisson distribution on there. Wow, that goes all the way up to one. So they have to define random variables, several random variables before you even get to distributions. They got introduction, sample spaces, and probability functions, conditional probability, random variables, several random variables, all before you get to the discrete distributions. And continuous random variables are in chapter 8. Okay, so 165 we're looking for. And let's see what they say about this here.
Say you don't, but you will know who this person is when I tell you.
Oh yeah.
He was
So I'm doing 15 minutes of Khan Academy right now. I guess I'll just like stop. Like, probably just gonna do this one geometric distributions thing, and then that'll be it. Okay.
Yes, and
Okay.
sort of his style was
Binomial distribution they have there.
with lengthy long shots. He grew up in Italy. He was born in Rome,
Geometric.
and he was the
Geometric, there's prepositions and stuff.
pioneer.
Okay, here we go.
Leone.
Consider a sequence of Bernoulli trials, each with
filmmaking in the blood there.
Right.
But what I'm ready to talk
produces a success with probability p. How many trials are required to achieve a first success? To answer this question, we define a random variable x to be the number of the trial on which the first success occurs. X is a discrete random variable with a range. The positive integers 1 to infinity. Right, well, not to infinity, but just arbitrarily positive integers.
Kind of a TV actor, bit parts here and there, and then he starred in that first one.
Right. The probability of the of
his career.
X number of trials
because he made all of these westerns.
before the first success occurs, equaling K, so some number that we are looking for. P times 1 minus P to the K minus first. So that 1 minus P is exponented, exponentiated to the K minus 1.
Film called
Since the event,
a Mexican Revolution action drama.
Wow.
Yeah, it means that the first K minus 1 trials must result in a failure, right? So
Other films throughout the 70s, and then in the
the
80s,
multiplicative rule in
he did The Godfather?
No, he turned it down because he wanted to work on another gangster movie called Once Upon
what the heck? All of my keyboard's all messed up now.
and James Wood.
I've heard of that.
Yes, west the street from where it was being shown.
They were probably just applauding because it was over.
And I guess that's fairly common now, but back in the 1980s, that just was not done. So, people just thought it was a wonderful film, but the studios were like, oh, nobody's going to sit for a 4-hour film.
Right.
So they cut it down to 2 and just.
All right, hang on a second.
So, which was too bad. And it really kind of broke Sergio there.
Are you back?
And it did come out later in the 4-hour. It kind of had a resurgence. Came out later.
I guess it's back.
And,
Weird. Okay, had some problems here.
Yeah, they could have. I mean, like Gone with the Wind. That was a 4-hour film.
Right.
Yeah. So,
I don't know what's happening here.
unfortunately, he died when he was 60 years old from a heart attack.
There, I had to like unplug everything and replug it in. I don't know what happened.
Actually,
Some weird stuff going on.
he was
Okay.
part of them. But anyway, that is who Sergio Leone is.
Wow.
Famous movie director, sort of the.
And then when I hit escape, it comes up with that. There's something going on here.
And help Clint
What
Eastwood.
is happening?
Famous person he is today.
Fascinating. That was a fascinating fun fact.
Well, good. I'm glad you liked it.
Yep.
Okay.
And we hope you did too, listeners. Let us know. Crosswordpodcast@icloud.com.
What is going on? Like, it's so weird.
Crosswordpodcast@icloud.com.
Why is it so weird?
That is it for today. We'll be back again with our cutting edge analysis of the hardest crossword of the week, usually Saturdays.
Right.
And we'll be back with that analysis tomorrow.
Bye bye.
This is so weird. Why is it like selecting everything? Control Shift Escape.
Welcome to Gene and Mike do the New York Times crossword.
Hi, I'm Gene.
And I'm
I
Mike.
changed my
Today we are doing the crossword
Explorer
for
here.
Saturday, January 11th, 2025.
Okay.
So,
Maybe
on
that's better.
a Saturday that is 111.
No.
Say that the January 11th, so 111.
What is happening? I don't understand what's going on.
I did do this crossword. I did get it done, even though I didn't think I was going to, because it was quite a challenge.
Right.
And I had to work in every corner, especially the lower left. But I eventually got it.
I didn't have that much trouble. I actually had trouble everywhere. I had a lot of trouble in the center. Actually, I did the first pass through the grid and thought, there goes my streak. My streak is about to die on this crossword.
Yeah, I thought, oh, there is no way I'm going to get this done. But just kind of chip away at it.
Got a word, got a word, got a word. There were a lot of words that I saw here that I didn't know, but I knew you would. And so I was jealous, even though I was doing this remotely. We were, as usual, listeners, Gene and I solved these crosswords independently and only meet to talk about them after the fact.
Right.
I was like, well, you'll certainly know 27 down. Simple house style with gables, Cape Cod.
Yes.
See, I didn't know that. I had to sort of...
What is going on? Like, everything is so messed up.
House styles with simple gables. So there are several, but I got a couple of letters, and then I knew right away it was Cape Cod.
So you're talking to a person who's a little bit wobbly on the question of gables. 29 across, Antarctic explorer for whom a sea is named, James Ross.
Right.
Did you know that?
I didn't right away, but then when I got the 2 S's at the end, I thought, oh, it's Ross. But then, because I remember the Ross Sea from previous crosswords where we've had that as an answer. And then I didn't know James, his first name, but it kind of came to me, through the crosses.
Right.
It was James. So.
The one beneath that, 30 across, attachments for speakers was lapel mics.
Right.
That was tricky.
I thought that was funny.
I'm sure you knew 17 down. Contralto singer known as the First Lady of Radio, Kate Smith.
Yes.
See, I didn't know that one.
She sang God Bless America. That was kind of her song. God Bless America. And yeah, she did have a very melodic contralto voice. Very big voice. She was a very big woman. Very big voice.
Big woman, big voice.
The control is stuck or something like that.
Extractor used on some seeds and nuts. oil press.
No, I didn't know that.
Gasp. But that's something that you can find in the kitchen. I thought you knew the name of everything you could possibly find in the kitchen.
No, I don't do a lot of extraction.
Or like shift.
So no.
Okay.
I don't think that you have too many kitchens have an oil press. I mean, isn't that something they use in like the production?
I guess shift was stuck.
Sunflower.
Because if I did shift,
seed oil.
escape, that's what it was. Shift was stuck. Oh my goodness. What a stupid thing.
Let's see.
I could be wrong about that, but I've never met anyone that said, "Oh, I bought a bunch of olives and made my own olive oil." I just don't think people do that.
One that I predict you did get.
Okay, where did the Khan Academy thing go? There we are. Okay. And we want to go back to the calculator here.
But then I thought I was having,
Oh my goodness. All right, so there's a proof in here about the expectation of a geometric random variable with the parameter p being 1 over p. So that would be the mean or the number. So 1 divided by p would be 4.2 or 4.4. Or 1 divided by p. Right. Okay, and then the variance is actually 1 minus p divided by p squared. So we're going to have 1 minus 0.44, which of course is 64, right? Or 54. Or 56, it should be. My math is rusty as well, so. P squared. Can I do that one? 0.0.
But it said participant as
or 0.16.
Well, I couldn't think of
176, 0.176. Is that what it is?
Well, yeah, but I thought, is there a truncated version of lesbian that I don't know? Because
you only have 4 letters.
Squares.
It would have to be lesb.
But yeah, but I
squared.
Right.
So anyway, turned out
second.
Which certainly is a pride parade participant.
Squared is that one. So then that's equal to 2.89. So the spread being 2.81, and we're just going to 1 decimal place, so it would be 2.9. Let me just make sure that I understand that the
once I got the IA, I thought, oh, I bet it's Oceania.
0.44 squared is 1936.
Or someplace in the South Pacific, kind of remote in the South Pacific.
I must have missed something.
I'm not sure where Oceania is, but that sounded kind of remote too.
Yeah, the middle term of the binomial.
So somehow I thought an oil press would be involved.
The expansion.
Maybe not.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, 1 across. Get an engine going. So at first I thought it was starting with a P, so I thought it was going to have something to do with prop.
Okay. We'll just check that one.
Oh,
Not quite. What are you talking about?
Be something that you have to put in a certain gear, like put in neutral.
Well,
but that didn't work.
I figured out that the last 2 letters were UP.
0.56 divided by 0.1936.
So then I went for run it up.
It's 2.9, is it not?
Power up.
Power up, yeah.
Which makes sense.
Right.
Oh, I liked 6 down. Professional squat.
Oh, 1 divided by p. Duh. What am I
I
doing?
was thinking of someone in a gym, but I didn't know what to call the professionals.
2.27, so 2.3. I don't know what I'm doing. What? Really?
Was pi. Right. It's like, because I was trying to think, okay, what body part do I want to mention here?
I know. I thought, well, arm.
It was pretty disgusting.
Yeah.
But then I realized it was the pies they made.
16 across is I missed my little compatriot that has been.
Oh, we have to flip this upside down. Duh. Okay.
But he would have known.
Interpretation: 44% chance of it being green, which means that we are looking for the positive thing. The thing that we want to happen is that it turns red. That we want it to stop. So that probability is 56%. And then so we just do 1 divided by that 1 over that. Is there a way to just do 1 over? Yeah, there it is. That is going to be 1.8, and then to do the
I eventually got it, but nerd speak.
what you call it, point.
So I had terrible trouble with a
0.44
because for surveyors
divided by 0.56 squared.
Good news, with 20 across,
Going to be 1.4.
Which I first put down as fab. But that didn't get me anywhere.
What is going on, dude? Why does this say square root? Oh, I did the wrong thing.
Difficult to dredge out of memory. I bet you got 24 across. Fruit-filled loaf, date bread.
Oops.
Did you get it without any trouble?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, so you must have. I was looking at all these clues and thinking, you're probably done by now.
No, it took me a long time because there were a lot that I didn't know.
Why does it say square?
feature of the United States Capitol, domed roof.
Well, that took a
Square,
while.
square, square.
I was trying to think. I sort of had I had the two O's at the end,
Right.
so I was trying to think of what it could be, and then when I got the F, I'm like, oh, dome roof, yeah, because it's like, well, a feature of the United
Weird.
States
How's this
Capitol. It
calculator
didn't
working?
say anything about the roof. It could have been ionic columns, or it could have been marble
Yeah.
floors, or there's lots of
That's
features
right.
in the U.S. Capitol, but dome roof.
Well, that's interesting because I had the last two letters. I had OF.
Oh, right. I'm rusty. I am so rusty at these things. Okay. Right. It is 1.4. Let me just do the whole thing again because you have to take a square root of that. Because the variance is the square of the standard deviation.
And then I got roof, and then I thought, well, what kind of roof? It's probably a domed one. I think this started. There was some point at which I went from I may as well just give up now to wait. I think I can see a way forward, and I think it was around there. I think it was
Yeah, that was it. And then we just need to take the square roots. Just 1.2.
In the middle of most of the answers, but
That time. There it is. Well, we're not getting mastery for this one, so.
you got that one. Dot.
Yes, I did.
All right. So Harley uses a device to convert her electronic textbook into Braille. Unfortunately, the textbook did not include text descriptions of the diagrams, and 2/3 of the pages have diagrams. And is the number of pages Harley reads to reach the first page with a diagram, and assume that the probability of each page having a diagram is independent. Okay, there's too much to read here. I wish it was in Braille so I could make more sense of it. Like I could read Braille. 2/3 of the pages have diagrams. A number of pages, which what happens? Harley reads to reach the first page with a diagram. So we have to identify P, probability. So 2/3 of the pages have diagrams. So the positive thing that we want to occur, the number of pages Harley reads to reach the first page with a diagram. That's just straight up. It is 2/3. So 2/3 of the P probability should be 2/3 in this. So then the mean should just be 1/P, which is going to be 2/3 pages. So it's going to be and you have to convert it. So 0.67 or 0.7 pages. Because that's, oh wait, no, 1.5 because that's, right. 3/2 is 1/2. Then the standard deviation is going to be 1/3 divided by, oh boy, can we like write on this? You should be able to write on this. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Nice. Okay, so you had, 2/3 divided by oh wait, it was 1/3. 1/3 divided by 2/3 squared, which is going to be 4 9s. So the 9 is going to go up to the top there. It's going to be the 3 divided by 4 is going to be 3/4. So that should be 0.75, or really. Why isn't it that? Square root again. Okay, the square root of, right. Oh my gosh. This is so dumb. You can do the calculator on here. Okay. 3/2. Okay. 0.75. Taking the square root. Where's our square root? Where is it? There it is. Oh, you suck. Where's the clear? Where's clear? What? AC. 0.75. Oh wait, why you keep doing the same thing? Delete. So we need square roots of 0.75. 0.86, so it's going to be 0.9. I'm not doing great with these. This is good exercise, though. Good practice. Get back into this here. MARTA conducts emissions inspections on cars. She finds that 8% of the cars fail the inspection. Right. Oh, gosh, I need a nap. X is the number of cars MARTA inspects until a car fails an inspection. Assume that the results of each inspection are independent. 8% fail. So she wants to know the number of cars until she finds one that fails. So that's going to be 1 divided by 0.08, right? So I can just go like 0.08 and then do the 1 over, and that's 12.5 cars. And then, got to remember, they're asking for the standard variation, not the variance. Which, okay. Which just derived from the other one, but I guess it makes more sense to interpret the standard deviation. Yeah. Okay, where am I? 0.08, so it's going to be 0.92 divided by 0.08 squared, so that's 0.0064, I think. Yeah. Okay, 143. That seems wrong. Because it is wrong, because they're supposed to be taking the square root. Square root of that is going to be 12, of course. That's pretty cool, though. Pretty close to, pretty close. Fairly close. I wonder if there's like... Ooh, that's some fun math problems, is to find out where the mean is equal to the standard deviation. Although, I guess that doesn't really matter. That's just, yeah, okay. I thought I had something there. It would just be cool. I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I was going with that. A quote website includes a surprise me button that randomly selects a quote from its database. For every 4 quotes in the database, 3 of them are from dead people. Let Q be the number of quotes a user requests using the surprise me button until the quote was by a living person. So the positive thing that we're looking for is the inverse of like what they're talking about with the dead people. So we're looking for 1/4 being our P, so then that would be 4 quotes as the 1 over P. And standard deviation of that is 3/4 divided by 0.25 squared is 0.125. Oops. Is going to be 6, and then you take the square root of that again. Square root is going to be the bane of my existence here. Not quite, really. 0.25 squared. Oh, 625. What? How did I get that all wrong? Oh, 25 times 5 is 125. Oh my God, my math is so bad anymore. Ooh, okay. So let's try that again. 0.75 divided by... It's 12 quotes. Square root of that is 3.5. There we go. Wow, we did so bad. Did so bad at this. Okay. All right. We're going to have to... Got lots to review. Oh, boy. I'm gonna get coffee because I need coffee. So I'll be back in a minute.
Discuss.
It was the Y, A, B, L, E were circled.
So where are we here?
Yarn and Yable. But again, if you twist, you get yarn and cable. Okay, so another two string-like words. And there was a bit of a revealer in 94 across, which said the clue was even or like 3 pairs of answers in this puzzle.
Weird.
And the answer to that was all.
Okay, something's happening here.
And then I think
I don't understand. Maybe we need to get this back here.
Or what's depicted literally
No?
3 times in this puzzle.
I don't know where my
Cross stitch. Because you had 2.
where I went to. It's so buggy, so weird.
So you had like a cross stitch.
Okay.
So, and I was thinking there was one more, but now I can't find it.
Well, there is.
All right.
There is the title, yes, which is I think not spelled K-N.
Breathe in, breathe out. Okay, so we did some of this
yes.
geometric distribution stuff
with 48 down because
as well.
The title bestowed annually in New Orleans. I went for Queen of
And I would
Festival.
love to go through this and
sure
do the mathematical
because I had Queen of, and the
proofs
last letter I saw before I tried to figure out the rest was an
for
F.
this.
And I had it ending in IVAL, so festival sounded
Lots
good.
of these facts here.
And yeah, I didn't know what to do with 92 across either, like many video game characters. I had the P, the L, the A, and the Y. I didn't know about the A, and I wasn't sure about the B.
Goodness of
82 down
fit.
country singer Keith
Yeah.
was Keith Toby.
No, Toby Keith.
Oh boy! All right. So anyway,
Keith to be okay.
he shows up
I guess
so
there I am.
It was Toby. I didn't know the B.
I
did know the L.
I
And
need to
E.
get like one of
Those
those
I did. 83 down, heavy part of a platform shoe. Soul sounded right. And
what is that thing
58
called?
down, Rock and Roll Paul.
The Elgato Stream Deck thing?
Sorry, Rock and Roll Paul of Fame. There's an interesting way of wording that.
Yes.
That would help a lot.
And whoa, is there a mistake in that clue? The way they've he's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Okay.
I guess with Paul of Fame.
It's gonna reduce the volume of this, I think.
Oh.
He's a rock and roll, and his name
Um,
and he's famous.
I took that to be that he was.
No, you know what? I'm just gonna pause that and then just get some studio mode going again. Get the music back up and going. Not sure why it does this, but it does. Let's see. You have to like refresh. Need access to OBS. No access to OBS. Just refresh. Current page. That has something to do with it. Okay. There we go. Okay, so what we're going to do here is read data from the CSV file and, right. One of the most, I wonder how big the Wikipedia article is for this. Surprisingly, much more than I thought it would be. Right, you're using a column or a comma to delineate text, or delimiter separated values. There's others. There's TSVs, the tabs. There's spaces. So you can, right. And so like some of these have they have their drawbacks there. Drawback with CSV files is of course that if you have a comma in your data. In the string or a number, say, that you want that to indicate that it's just one entry in a column, right, in a field, you have to encapsulate it in quotes usually so that when you parse a CSV file using a CSV parser, it's going to get rid of the, it's going to interpret it correctly. So that increases the amount of space needed then if you have commas present in the data. So like other ones are semicolons, so that's also has the same problem. Also, if you have spaces, if you do space delimited, then there's a problem there. So they all kind of it all depends on how you want to do that, right? And so it says if the field delimiter itself may appear within a field, fields can be surrounded with quotation marks. That's usually the standard, and then your parser is going to take care of that. Common data exchange. Common data science tools like Pandas include the option to export to CSV. Wonder. Curious. Request for comments. RFC is a publication in a series from the principal technical development standard setting bodies for the internet. A common format for comma separated values from 2005. Definition of a CSV format. Right. You can put quotes. So quotation marks are going to add bits to the, going to add bytes to the file size. It's going to increase that file size. But it's a standard way to do things. Right, and if they have double quote characters in it, if you have quotes in it, yeah, what happens? You have to add more quotes. Oh, that's so funky. Funky. Curious about the filters on this though. The compressor. I wonder if I reduce this. Yeah. I'm just gonna do it at 20, I think. That's so weird. Why is it coming through desktop audio as well? Yeah, I guess that's the way it goes. Well, that's weird, though. That's why it's getting louder, because it doubles up. That's so weird. It wasn't doing this before. I don't understand why. Huh. I'm distracted now. Control audio with OBS? Why is it coming up that desktop? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be routed there. So like the icicle isn't coming out that way, but then the hmm. Hmm. I have to figure that out later. So weird. Okay, I'm just gonna have to figure that out sometimes later. I'm trying to figure out why this is like this. So I really don't understand this. Desktop audio. I guess because it's an input source for some reason. I feel like I solved this problem before. Should help me. Right. It's looping back into that. That's why it is. This is the answer. Set your desktop to that. Your system default auto device. Must have happened when I like unplugged it and plugged it back in. So where is that going from the default headphone thing? Hmm. Well, I could set this to anything other than the microphone, the headset there. I could set it to right because the OBS browser page is going through headphones. No, it's still doing that, right? Is that it? No, that wasn't it. If I said something else. Maybe I have to like disconnect and then reconnect. I'll do that. Okay, so that seemed to do it. I think if I connect back, maybe it'll work again. No, it's still doing it. So weird. Someone got screwy. I think I was just gonna have to live with it. It's gonna have to, yeah, I'm gonna have to live with this, and then we'll take care of it when we reset the whatchamacallit, when we restart OBS. Hmm. That's it. That's got to be it. It got screwed up from doing something. The default. Apparently that's not it. If I switch it to that, that works. If I switch it to headset, it works as well. But if I switch it to headphones, that's when it comes through. I don't understand. Oh. Right. There we go. That worked. You have to set it to your default. You have to set the default device. I mean, speakers should be default, I think. USB advanced. I don't know what this one is. They're not connected. Okay, well that might work. This is definitely it. Can I log in? That's it. That's the one. That was the problem. That's the ticker. Okay. My goodness, I am so distractible. Spreadsheets, LibreCalc, LibreOffice Calc. Actually, I want to do that. I want to open that up because that's what I want to use. LibreOffice Calc. Right. I just go to Calc. Oh, I can get there as well. So I'm going to bring up LibreOffice Calc. Here we go. So if I open up a CSV in here, or import, right? I guess that's just part of opening. Documents it'll go to. What I want to find, though, if Windows ever lets me search for the files that I want to search for. Right, we want to go to projects. No, I want to go to projects here. I'm gonna have to like rearrange my pin stuff. 2025 data analysis projects. The data here, and then we go in and we get the CSV file. You can also have Parquet file, so that'll be interesting. You can use Parquet files with pandas. Parquet files are just column files. So it's instead of it being in rows, it's in columns. So it specifies each line being a column. Columnar format. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. The character set. It seems to be locked. I don't understand. Detect scientific notation? I don't know, it's not working here. So it's gonna be text import, I guess. Okay, I don't know what's happening with this. I'm gonna close it down and try to get it again. So we'll load it up again. And wizards template. So we want to insert text, right? We want to insert text. Or we can like import, format cells, insert cells. Interesting. Oh, they got spark lines on this. That's pretty neat. That's pretty nifty, actually. Let's see. I should take like a course on this, or like doing like Excel, but then through LibreOffice. So how can we import document converter? So let's open that up. We're going to open up the James Bond thing. We also have this one as well. Let's see if we can open that one up. The Excel format one. Okay. So that one opens up. I wonder if you can like double click. And then does this have the same functionality as Excel? It does. Nifty. Okay, so let's pop this open, and then what we'll do is, yeah, we want to like expand this. So what I want to do is to put it up over here for a moment. Okay. So that's our data. Kills Bond. Seems to be a trend. More deaths. 47 in GoldenEye. Okay. So, that's LibreOffice. I'm trying to think of like what I could do if I like added a sheet and then tried to import stuff. Import, about data import. Wonder if I should do that. Into an existing spreadsheet, so that's an interesting one. Yeah, the file opening thing, so I need to import it, right. Merge sheets of spreadsheets, so customizable template. Menu sheet link to external data. Oh, weird. Link to external data. Oh, weird. External links, external data. Okay. So Western Europe is the character set anyway. Okay, so comma. Separated by, we know that it's commas, right? And a string delimiter. Detect scientific notation. Okay, I don't really need to do that. Okay. So if I'm doing it from there, I can do that, and then I can import it like that. So that's one way to do it, I guess. Delete the sheet. Really wish you could like put these side by side. That would be so neat, wouldn't it? Okay, and then there's no waiting for the spy who loved me. There isn't. Okay, so that's that data. Okay. So inserting by dialogue isn't. Okay. That might have been some old information. Okay. That's the data. So I have some tools that I'm trying to play around with as well. I'm trying to learn LibreOffice instead of Excel because I don't really want to rely on Excel. I want to be able to use other open source tools. And the only two that are like the two that are most popular for spreadsheets, of course, it's Excel and Google Sheets, but both being humongous corporations at this point. Can't get out of their own way in one way or the other. But they're always going to be driven by shareholder value and not in the concerns of their users, which mainly that comes down to privacy issues and data and taking your data, right? So I know I'm on YouTube. YouTube's owned by Google or by Alphabet, and but necessary evil, right? So Google Sheets and Excel were like necessary evils, right? But let's see if there's some other alternatives. Okay, so one of the most common is the comma separated values file. It's a text file that separates each piece of the comments, blah, blah, blah. You got a text file. You can even open it up in Notepad, of course. CSV file isn't pleasant to read. In fact, you can even open this up in VS Code. And if you have the pretty CSV or CSV lint, or there's something, there's some extension that I use for CSV. Rainbow CSV, that's the one I use. It makes it nice and colorful, and you can easily see where the fields are in the chopped up, right? Because each field is going to be a different color, so it makes it easier to see. If for whatever reason you're using this, right? I don't know. Maybe you don't want to use it. Okay. So we got our data, and what do we want to do with this? Well, they're saying install pandas, right? You can install pandas right from the notebook here. That's going to, for my purposes, I think it's going to install it for. Yeah, it will install it for the environment that you have it, the Python that you have installed there. In my case, it would be for the this would be for for the virtual environment that I created. Right. So where are we at now? We gotta read from there. Read from CSV. Okay, so we're gonna read from CSV here. So we'll go down on that one, and then we'll just go import pandas as PD. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna go James. Always a good practice to put a space after your import stuff. James Bond data is going to be the read CSV of. Actually, can we search for this? We might be able to. So it's going to be in the data James on data.csv. There it is. Look at there it is. Some really lovely code completions thing.com. Yeah, it's going to be convert D types. Convert D types, the data types. So this will try to coerce the data types to be generally what you want. There's some algorithms running in the background when you do that. So I don't tend to don't want to make it seem like I know anything about how it does any of that. It's just magic to me. But I do think that it's just running some checks and looking at your data and making the best guess about what data type the columns are going to be. Firstly, you import the pandas library. It's standard practice to alias pandas as PD for code to use as a reference. Next, you use the read CSV function to read your data file. Use your data frame name James Bond data. This will not only read your file, but also take care of sorting out the headings from the data and indexing each record. By using read CSV alone will work. You can also use convert D types. This is good practice. Allows pandas to optimize the data types that it uses in the data frame. Now, I've used it before, but you can actually pass. So yeah, it's going to infer the objects, convert strings, convert integers, convert booleans, convert floating. D-type backend. I thought there was like some other way. There must be some other function that I'm thinking of where you convert D-type. Yeah. Basically, it's going to try to understand what kind of things it is. So strings become objects, I think. I guess booleans are objects as well. Oh, yeah, and then it'll try to figure out. So it does try to say like, oh, it's a float or it's an integer, rather than just being float 64 for like all cases. Yeah, so there's got to be some. I don't know what it does. Maybe it samples a certain percentage of the data set and does it. I don't know what's going on the back end. You just think of Python as being an API on top of C or something like that. Suppose your CSV file contained a column of integers with missing values. By default, these will be assigned numpy.nan. I think that's changing though. With Arrow, there's different formats. They're moving away from NumPy, I think. That's going to be a big change. Like Pandas is going to have to go through like a version 3 or something, I think, and be like a completely different version, or they're just going to have to create a different thing, a different name. I know Polars. Maybe it's Polars is the one that like looks off at Arrow. Yeah, so it forces pandas to assign the column of float 64 data type. Any integers in the column are then cast as floats for consistency. These floating point values could cause other undesirable floats to appear in the results of subsequent calculations similarly. Okay, so that this might be a little outdated, honestly. I think this might have been a new update here. Added in version 2.0, right? And then use the arrow D types, PyArrow or NumPy nullable or PyArrow. So you can choose your data type backend for that. It would be interesting to go into that, wouldn't it? To try to understand the differences there. So the arrow D type is useful if the data type contains parameters like a timestamp, PyArrow timestamp. That's the advantage, right? Because NumPy was always, NumPy is good with numbers, and that's what the backing was for pandas. when you wanted to do numerical calculations on a whole big giant array. NumPy excels at that. iArrow, I guess, is a new format or new type that is trying to make it, fill those gaps that NumPy is missing as far as some of the data types. So you see, like, all the strings and the booleans, they just became objects. They were just objects. And then arrow D type now comes along and says, got a timestamp in there. It's easier to deal than doing a string, right? Make it a date time or something along those lines. Yeah. So that's generally what you have to do, is like you have to make date columns be date time, and like assign the and it just adds a little bit more overhead on top of like each entry, I think. We're dealing with time variables. So this forces pandas to assign a column there. Similarly, if numbers were, for example, ages, then having them cast into floats probably wouldn't be what you want. Convert D types means that columns will be assigned one of the extension data types. Right. Okay. Okay. It was moving me down there. Time deltas, date time 64s, right? These are different, right? What is NS? Is that in nanoseconds is the thing there, but it doesn't support time zone aware date times, which I think is what Arrow is supposed to fix there. Interesting. Right. Okay. That's all great to daydream about. Any integer columns where int will become the new int64 type. This occurs because pandas.na represents the original missing values and can be read as int64. Similarly, the text columns become string types rather than the more generic object. Incidentally, floats become the new float64 extension type with a capital F. Weird. After creating the data frame, you then decide to take a quick look at it to make sure the read has worked as you expected it to. A quick way to do this is to use head, of course, right? If I just do James on data head, that gives me the first 5 rows of the data set as it is indexed. The first from the order that it's in with the index. Right. Despite any number you like by passing any integer to it, here you decide to view default 5 records. Where you can, yeah, and I can pass a value to this. So I can say head 3, and then we'll just do the 3. I believe you can also sample as well. Using a Jupyter notebook, then the output will look like that, right? So reading data from other sources. So it's a popular data file format, but it isn't particularly good. It's okay. It's just like it doesn't load fast in a lot of cases, nearly everywhere. It's hard to do the data type checking because you have to read everything in, right? In order to do that. And generally the way that you read objects in from a text file is to read them line by line. And so in order to get even just one row, one column, to figure out the data type of that, to infer the data type, you have to read the entire data set. Whereas so if you have the Apache Parquet file format, right, the column oriented, you read in a column and then do the data type on that, and then it's easier to I think it's quicker for some operations to do that. So you can also do web scraping with pandas? Oh gosh, I might have to do this, but this is Python, though. You have a beautiful suit. I do want to do this web scraping thing. Also provides web scraping capabilities. One particularly interesting and relatively new format is the column-oriented Apache code. Yeah, running the bulk data. They're cost-effective with working with cloud storage systems because of their compression ability. Yeah, I'm not sure why that is. What the advantage of the compression, where that comes from. They also generally load faster because you can specify the data type in the format, right? And then CSV, you generally don't specify format. Yeah. And since it's like a standard, since there's the parsers have a one-to-one mapping between the Parquet data specification versus the system that you're trying to load into. So whatever version of SQL you're using, and the data types that are in SQL, the data types that are in Python, and there's easier handling of data that way. A more standardized way, I guess. So you won't have any mistakes. With CSV files, I guess there's some corner cases where you could end up with it inferring the wrong data type, right, that you wanted it to. So if you have some nulls values or something, and you think you wanted it to be a number, but now it suddenly you have something that says null in it, and now all of a sudden it thinks that it is a string value, which then explodes the size of the information stored. Each file is named James Bond data. This file specific extension I'm going to see if you can figure out how to read each of them into a data frame in the same way as you did with your CSV file. Okay, yeah. Yeah, with the docs. So what we'll do, yeah. Okay. So we'll do the same thing. We'll just read it in a different format. So, of course, we have an Excel file. And there might be some different formatting. That you need to do. And so now we have an error, right? The import error. No module name PyExcel, open PyExcel. Well, that is weird though. So why is that the case? Like why didn't that get added? So I guess what we'll do is right above this, we'll have to do a pip install. Well, we'll do Python. Oh, you know what we can do? We can do it like this because this is just terminal commands. There we go. And we know that it's in there. So now we can do our pip install open PyExcel. We can install directly in the notebook. Then afterwards, what you generally do is to comment that out. Generally, I'm kind of surprised that it hasn't, I wasn't able to do this. So what I want to do now is to do James spawn data. Take a look at the head. Looks good. Doesn't look like I need to do any adjustments. Seems to have inferred the correct format. You know. There are other, I know that there's other things you can do with reading in Excel files with pandas. You can skip the like top rows and stuff like that. I think like, how do I do this? Shift space or control space? No. What do I do? Hints? What are the code hints? Control space is, that's the suggestions widget, but then yeah. So we do a comma here and do control space. Comment, converters, decimal, B-type backend, engine, false values, header. You can, yeah. Okay, any filter, thousands. Interesting. So I already see some things that we would want to do because we're trying to like get the relationship between like Bond martinis and the gross and the world and the gross, the amount of the movie made. Yeah, this looks like a string type, and we're gonna have to convert it and do some editing of that. Some massaging of that, some munging, changing it from one format to another. Okay. We also have like the JSON. So I'm gonna actually, is it Shift Alt J? J? Alt Windows J. There we go. That's it. Also reading JSON, and then so what is so there it is. So it just automatically comes up with that. So there's all these. Wow, it is overloaded. A method is totally overloaded if you pass a data frame, which is passing a series. A JSON reader data frame. Oh, change. No, that changes the output. That's the output specification. Weird though. Why does it come up with all those options? Yeah, okay. And let's see if this ends up working. I think we can do a sample as well. Yeah, I could like sample 3. There we go. I like that better. Do a little bit of randomness to it. You have to like set the seed, random seed though for that. Yeah. Okay. Then the other data types that we wanted to do, I think, were what other ones do we have? We have parquet. Read parquet. Um, so there we go. Okay, so books by publication sequence there. That's like what web scraping though, right? So ooh, fun. Okay. Let's try to do that one. So we need to convert the data types. It's not working. Need to do a So we need to install PyArrow for this. Do that right now. Okay, so we gotta wait a minute for this to work, but Sha. Right, so JSON file is pretty straight up, right? The same thing. Just specify a JSON file you want to read. Docs page tells you more about IO tools here. Oops. Oh, reading JSON. Okay. Nullable integer type. It's the NA. Pickle that to pickle. Cool, data frame to pickle. You can pickle a data frame. Pickle it up, put it in a jar, add some brine, save it for later. Okay, so we got PyArrow installed. So what did they say about this there, right? And then we have to install PyXL. We figured that much out, right? Serialization engine such as PyArrow. Okay. So serialization, is it like converting it from a serialized format to a different thing, or is not sure. Is Parquet serializable or serialized? And I don't know. Let's see, does this work now? Now that we have PyArrow, there we go. Now it works. And then let's go and try to do this web one. So how are we going to do this? What do I think it's going to be? So this is going to be James Bond. Let's just say novel data. Bond novel data. HTML. Okay, and then so what do we have here? So header reads the HTML tables. Does it find them? We might need to get requests, right? Skipping rows. Let's see like what errors we're gonna get here. Okay, Bootstrap. We're missing LXML, so we have to do that. Oops. So that'll be the first error. And then there's going to be another one, I'm sure. Okay, no. Okay, wait a minute. Let me see. Wow, look at that. Oh, it's a list. It's not. Huh? Wait a minute. Oh. Why is it coming back as a list, though? That's so weird. tables. Here we go. Look at that. All 25 novels there they have on here, I guess, right? Or no. Okay, never mind. It's 13. They're short stories. Oh, I guess that's where a lot of the inspiration comes from. On chronologies. Okay, that's fun, actually. So if a website has... What's the limitations of this, though? I'm sure that there's some limitations. Okay, that's something to keep in mind, right? Now let's cleanse the data. Let's cleanse the data here. The data cleansing stage of the data analysis workflow is often the stage that takes the longest, particularly when there's a large volume of data to be analyzed. I think the 80-20 rule applies. I thought, like, you spend 80% of your time cleaning data. Yeah. Or you just have data engineers do it. Right? It's at this stage that you must check over your data to make sure that it's free from poorly formatted, incorrect, duplicated, or incomplete data unless you have quality data to analyze. Your Python data analysis code is highly unlikely to return quality results. You must check and recheck your data. Traditional way is by applying pandas methods separately until the data has been cleansed. While this works, it means that you create a set of intermediate data frame versions, each with a separate fix applied. And yeah, I don't really like doing that. Creates reproducibility problems with future cleansings because you must reapply each fix in strict order. Yeah. Repeatedly updating the same data frame in memory using a single piece of code. Right. When writing data cleansing code, you should build it up in increments and test it after writing each increment. And once you've written enough to cleanse your data fully, you'll have a highly reusable script for cleansing any future data they may need to analyze of that same type, as long as, yeah. That's the approach that you'll adopt here. Right. This is kind of the practice that Nicholas CFG LinkedIn. Is he still on LinkedIn? Maybe he got rid of me. Maybe he thinks I'm not positive enough. Let's see. Oh no, he's still in there. Haven't heard from him in a while. He used to post pretty Frequent updates. Oh. Yeah, he used to say you do a wrangle function. You call it wrangle. Define a wrangle function, wrangle your data, and you'd put that at the top, and you'd build up all your queries, all your stuff, and then and you just keep updating the wrangle function. Huh. Hope he's doing all right. That's worrisome, though. LA Metro. Oh, get the F out. He was on Macy's show? Oh, that's so fun. Okay, maybe he's just been busy. Oh God, no, Tobias, no. So he's not doing the data engineering thing anymore? Is Tobias, so he's not doing? Is he still doing that? Yeah, he's still doing that. Does all he do is podcast now? I thought he worked. All right, I'm gonna have to listen to this. I want to listen to this. It's imperative to me to listen to this. Don't know why I don't have the volume.
Hello and welcome to the Machine Learning Podcast.
Where's the volume?
The podcast about going from idea to delivery with machine learning.
Your host is Tobias Macy, and today I'm interviewing Nicholas.
Fields like natural language processing.
Hello and welcome to the Machine Learning Podcast, the podcast about going from idea to delivery with machine learning.
There must be something that I'm missing about the...
Your host is Tobias Macy, and today...
Maybe it just didn't load correctly. There it is. No?
Yeah, one thing as I was sort of thinking about what we were going to talk about...
Maybe it still didn't load correctly.
Hello and welcome to the Machine Learning
So weird.
Podcast.
Wait a minute, do I have
the
stuff
podcast
come
about
through?
going from idea to delivery with machine learning.
Your host is Tobias Macy.
Oh,
and
I
today
think
we're
I know
interviewing
why.
Nicholas
Okay,
Cifuentes
never mind.
Goodbody about the different elements of the machine learning workflow where ethics need to be considered. So, Nicholas, can you start by introducing yourself?
Yeah,
There we go.
First of all, Tobias, just thanks.
Let's There it is. Okay. Oh gosh, I don't understand why it wasn't come through my ears. Yeah, I don't
Hello
get
and
that.
welcome to
I
the
don't
Machine
understand.
Learning Podcast. the
Something's going
podcast about
goofy.
Going from idea to delivery with machine learning.
So we'll do
Your host is Tobias Macy.
1.25.
Today I'm interviewing Nicholas Cifuentes Goodbody about the different elements of the machine learning workflow where ethics need to be considered. So, Nicholas, can you start by introducing yourself?
Yeah, well, first of all, Tobias, just thanks for having me on. It's a real pleasure. I've been listening to a lot of old episodes, and so to be in one is very exciting for me. In terms of who I am and what I do,
He's such a
I'm
class
Nicholas
guy. He's so good.
I'm the chief data scientist at World Quant University. World Quant University is a free and open university. We offer a master's in financial engineering and a free and open basically boot camp or certificate course in data science. That's what I built and run. And so that's a little bit about who I am and what I do.
And do you remember how you first got started working in machine learning?
I gotta say, it's been not a straight path. Let's say the models are linear, but my path to data science has not been linear. So I started off my career as a professor of Mexican literature. So even though I took a little bit of statistics in college and a little bit of computer science, shout out to the liberal arts that makes you make things up, I mostly focused on the humanities. And so for several years, I worked in Spanish. And what happened is I ended up getting a professor job at a Department of Translation Studies in the Middle East in Qatar. And in translation studies, there's a very humanities side to that field, translating poems and translating novels. And then on the other side of that field, there's a very technical part to it, which is machine translation and everything, large language models, natural language processing. It all kind of bleeds into that. And so I saw what the people on the other side of the fence were doing, and I kind of got more and more intrigued and started teaching myself Python. And from there, I ended up in a boot camp. And one note I want to say about the boot camp is sometimes when you are just starting off in this field, you often think that you're going to have these weaknesses. But I just want to tell you guys that these can sometimes be a superpower. For example, I had spent so much time teaching and working with languages, I thought, oh no, I'm here with all these theoretical physicists. They know all this math, and I'm really rusty on all of this. But it turned out that when it came to fields like natural language processing, I was ahead above them because they hadn't been working with language. And also, all that teaching led to me being offered a job at the boot camp where I was working. And so since then, I've basically been combining data science and teaching. So often, what I tell students is you think you have lots of weaknesses, but they can always end up being superpowers. And that's how I ended up in data science.
Absolutely. And particularly in analytical roles or roles where you are trying to provide insights to end users, having that domain knowledge and the expertise in the non-technical elements of the problem are very valuable and something that is often overlooked in the pure computer science path.
That's a really good point. One thing you learn when you're a Spanish teacher is you can quickly recognize when people don't understand anything you're saying. And that can be very helpful when you're in a business meeting and you need to stop, pause, slow down, and explain, whether it's a visualization or an analysis that you're showing with your non technical colleagues.
And bringing us now to the question at hand of ethics and the ways that machine learning and AI can potentially be in conflict with, or ways that you need to be thinking about the ethical implications of your work. Before we get too deep into ethical theories, the trolley problem, etc., who's responsible for identifying and addressing these concerns in the process of the ideation of what are we going to use AI for? How are we going to build it? How are we going to deliver it?
Yeah, one thing as I was sort of thinking about what we were going to talk about on this podcast is ethics and AI. Often we think about ethics, how we treat each other person to person, but ethics in AI is really how we treat each other algorithmically. And as we increasingly do that, being able to think through these ethical problems is extremely important. And so I would kind of flip the question and say, who isn't responsible for working in ethics and AI? I would say, on the one hand, global organizations need to be issuing guidelines based on expert opinion. For example, UNESCO has its recommendations on the ethics of artificial intelligence, where they talk about basing AI in values like protection and promotion of human rights and principles like sustainability and
I
explainability.
copy and paste
I think
this one.
governments need to regulate AI so that the AI products reflect and protect the values of those societies. Example of that would be the European Union's AI Act and sort of what runs the gambit between acceptable risk in an AI model and an unacceptable risk. In the private sector, I think we need to incorporate ethics. And you see this increasingly with companies having positions like a chief ethics officer or an AI officer or responsible AI officer. And when it comes to actually building the models or
And they're
within
gutting
the
them
inception
now.
of building of the models, stakeholders
Under
need
Trump,
to
it's
think
going to be
about fairness
awful.
from the beginning. They'll often need to balance model performance with fairness and its environmental impact. So they need to be aware of those issues from the beginning. And then practitioners down at the bottom of the stack, they need to be educating stakeholders, they need to be building ethical models, and they need to be deploying them in ethical ways in an ethical context. So I would say everyone is responsible from AI, all the way from the UN down to the lonely data scientist training their decision tree late at night.
And given the wide breadth of responsibility, again, harking back to the lack of uniformity in educational background and contextual background, that brings in a broad question of how are we going to appropriately educate everybody on ethics, both from the philosophical and the practical perspective? How do you identify when a line of code that you're writing or a decision that you're making in a model might have some potential real world implication in terms of how you are going to ethically impact the end user or the, I guess, end subject of the model? Because it can be very difficult to differentiate between, oh, I think that the reasonable range of values for a bank account balance is 100 to 5 million, and then you automatically leave out people who are unbanked or who are living paycheck to paycheck, where maybe they're only able to keep $50 in their bank account. And I'm just wondering if you can talk through some of that aspect of how do we properly incorporate these ethical considerations into the design and development process, given that not everyone has a PhD in ethics.
Well, one thing that you can do, and I've seen this increasingly, and this is one thing that's kind of surprised me as I was doing research for this podcast, is you might have ethicists working as a member of an AI team. So not just a chief AI analytics officer, but rather somebody working with the team and helping them work through those particular issues. When it comes to education, I think educators have a really important role to play. For me, I'm a big advocate of project-based learning. So taking a student through an end-to-end data science project and always adding an
Definitely was the
ethical
case.
component to kind of get through those main points of thinking about whether a model does
Yeah, I
harm or
remember
doesn't
that.
do harm, whether it's biased against the data is biasing it, or whether it's making biased predictions. And so I would say using project-based learning that takes people through ethical problems before they get there is a really good way to do that. And then, also having people in situ who can help with those ethical problems. The other thing, now that you mention it, is the idea of domain knowledge. Data scientists should always be thinking about, you talk about the banking problem. So this would be an example of where having some domain knowledge or working with somebody who has domain knowledge would be extremely helpful. So being curious and asking questions and asking them through an ethical lens would be a big step in the right direction.
And then the other challenge with ethics is that a lot of times there is no correct answer. There are contextually acceptable answers, but there's in a lot of cases not going to be any definitive right answer for a given question. And I'm wondering, what are some of the ways that you see people trying to address that fact in the ways that they build the model and in the ways that they present the outputs of that model?
I mean, the truth is, just thinking about ethics is already a step in the right direction. And so often you're right, there are gray areas. But if you can say that as part of your process, we looked through things through an ethical lens and considered these following issues, and you can present that context to your stakeholders, I think that is the foundation of wading through these ethical problems, even when they are, like you say, murky.
And now digging into the models themselves, the impacts that they can have in the real world, we alluded to a toy example of acceptable ranges for a bank account, but what are some of the different ways that AI can and does have positive or negative impacts given the ways that ethics is or is not included in the development and deployment of those models?
Yeah, well, maybe what we should do is let's start with
And tired. Need to get a good night rest to come out this. So we have like a lot to get through. I'm trying to think of how far I should go before I just give it up for the day. I will come back to this tomorrow. I feel like I spent a lot of time on, yeah, there's just a lot of setup time. So I think what I'm going to do is just finish this section and we're going to go to the column names, dealing with missing data. That's what we're under right now, right? So, okay. Um, right. Let's just finish this, dealing with missing data, and then we'll go to financial columns. We'll do that tomorrow. So we'll finish this up tomorrow and tackle part of the chapter of practical statistics, and then try to get through as much of it as possible. And time permitting, I'll pick away at it for the rest of the week if I don't finish it. Um, but yeah, mainly I'm just trying to dust the rust off and try to understand, tap into the long-term memories that I have and the knowledge that I have accumulated that's just been buried, and try to bring that to the surface and get it back into my working memory. So this was a good start, I think, towards that. I've been talking about data, thinking about data, thinking about Python and pandas, data types, that good stuff. The good, whatchamacallit, let me go back to this. I wanna actually save this. as a thing to my Obsidian, just as a note for yeah. Job hunt notes. I don't know, just in there. And then we'll just go back to the previous thing there. Resources used, considering that. Yeah, great showing by Nicholas CFG on that podcast. Really good to hear him getting the engaging with the dataverse, right? The podcast verse of around data. So Tobias Macy has a data engineering podcast as well. That's what I know him from. But interesting. So Nicholas CFG was my predictive modeling teacher at Lambda School. Was great, like probably the best unit experience, as out of all of them at Lambda School. But definitely showed that he had a background in teaching, and very smart guy, very well read. He's got his finger on the pulse of lots of ethical considerations around data, around what's going on in the world. So yeah. Okay, let's finish this, and yeah, and then we'll finish this one section, and then I'll just call it a day. So feels empty in my ears here because I don't have music going. I mean, it is empty in my ears, in between my ears, but I want to have something going into my ears. So let's see. There's some music. Okay. There we go. Okay. Right, so when this method runs, you see a very concise summary of the data frame. The info method has revealed that there's missing data. Range index line. Where was that? Oh, with 27 entries, 0 to 26. That one. IMDb and Rotten Tomatoes are the only floats. That's weird, because shouldn't they be... Oh, they are decimals. Yeah. Typically. IMDb and Rotten Tomatoes columns contain only 26 non-null values each. Each of these columns has one piece of missing data. You may also have noticed that some data columns have incorrect data types. To begin with, you will concentrate on fixing the missing data. We'll deal with the data type issues afterwards. So, oh god, I just need a good night's rest here. Before you can fix these columns, you need to see them, right? We need to figure out which columns they are. So, data below. So we can use the location, the name locator, locate it by the name of the thing. So this is columns by the name of the index, by the way. Yeah. Data is A. Well, okay. Well, okay, so we're calling it data as our data frame. Okay. All right. Yeah. So what's going on with this? Because the loc is the indexer, right? So you're getting all the rows that fit a certain logic here. Where the data is missing for any column. Okay. Interesting little string there. I want to pick that apart, honestly. I want to see what's going on there. Let's take a look at it. So that's a series, right? So we can go type. It's a series, right? It's a series, Panda series, and it's got booleans, right? So I can do like oops. Let's do this. What is going on here? Son of a arch. So what we'll do is we'll call this mask. We'll call this our mask. Our mask, and then we'll do the take a look at it. So it's a pandas series, and it has recent policies, right? It's a series. Okay. Now then, if we do the data dot look, so look, how does this do that? Right. LOC indexer frame. So access a group of rows and columns by labels, right? The label location. Primary label based, but also may be used for the Boolean array. Right. Primarily, yeah. So this seems like, is this? Yeah, I don't know. A single label is interpreted as a label of the index, never as an integer position along the index. Right. So you can enter a list of labels, slice object of labels. You can enter a Boolean array of the same length. So it has to be the same length as the axis being sliced. An alignable Boolean series, the index of the key will be aligned before masking. So you have to have an indexed series, basically. The index of the key will be aligned before masking. So if you have like a series where the index is all jumbled, they're not in sequential order or sorted, it will align them. It will sort them before masking. So I think I understand that. Okay. Right. So yeah, I'm just usually used to it being like like what? IMDb, right? Right. Really? Oh, because you need the index? Huh. It's gotta be by the label. Oh, because it's by the index label, the sixth index, right? It's not the sixth entry. It is the one that's labeled 6. So you can also have, yeah, there's not going to be a 60. There's one at 0, right? And then there's one all the way up at 26, right? So 26 is in there, right? 27 is not, right? So if you do iLock, then like the difference is that, wait a minute. Shouldn't it be there? Oh, well, that's weird. He was 26. That's weird. This sworn index locator. This... Okay, maybe not. Oops. So we'll just do the mask. Then that gives us the single response there. IMDb and Rotten Tomatoes are missing. So you use the axis equals columns to return a panda series that will contain true, where rows in the second data frame have a true value and false if they don't. The true values in the series indicate rows containing missing data. Okay, so you have a Boolean series of values. Make use of the lock property. I need to really understand that. You usually do use it to access subsets of rows and columns by their labels. You can also pass it a Boolean series, get back a data frame containing only those rows corresponding to the true entries in the series. These are the rows with missing data. Okay, I thought I would use like a different method usually. New console for notebook. Interesting. You can also take a look at the Jupyter variables, all the variables that are being used. So we have mask, new data names, new column names. Should sort it by size, right? Can't sort it by size because it's tuples and you can't compare tuples to integers. Yeah. Right. Well, that's interesting. Okay. So you do some research and you find out that the values are actually something else here. So I'm just going to copy that. I'm going to actually get rid of the output and copy that from there. So yeah, complete input because of that didn't combine first. Okay, so that works. So they're just missing. Yeah. Huh. So yeah, that is saying that that was output. It's not output. You've chosen to define a data frame using a Python dictionary. Do another code cell there. Well, wait a minute, though, because that was the wrong thing, though, right? It was the data. Oh, right. Okay. And you've chosen to define a data frame using a Python dictionary. Okay, I'm just gonna copy this from here. PD data frame, so you just created a data frame from a dictionary. Yeah. And yeah, dictionary of dictionaries. So you're your index location and then the data there, and then the index location, the data there. Cool. And then when you call combine first, pass it into this data frame and missing rows in there. Update null elements with value in the same location in the other. Interesting. This is not a thing that I've come across before. Never used this method. So test drive, let's go ahead and run. So now we'll run data on the mask again, and now, well, it still shows up, doesn't it? Should see an empty data frame, but we don't. Oh, I know why, because the mask is not the same anymore. It's a different mask. Yeah. That's empty now. Okay. Right, of course. The series is a different thing. I didn't update the mask was defined by the series, and it's not, it didn't update the series when I put that in there. So, of course, maybe it's not the best way to do that then. Okay. That's it for today. We're going to handle financial columns tomorrow. Right, we got to convert those into strings, or from strings into numbers, correcting the valid data types. I don't know what that's going to get to. All right, so I guess maybe, yeah. Inconsistencies, spelling errors, that stuff. So, what did we learn today? So we took James Bond, we did a little bit of that. Did some CDC. Learned a little bit about CDC and USA jobs and the federal hiring process. Did a little bit of Python for data analysis here and there. Got into, dove into some survey data collection because I wanted to see what that was about. Like, I was really drawn to the biases and like the drawbacks, trying to understand methodologies and stuff. Data analysis workflow. We defined the data analysis workflow given by real Python. So now we have a little note for that. Now data analysis, we updated added another definition And considering the ethical responsibilities of ML and AI with the good body himself. Great talk there. Yeah, and I got back into this today and just trying to yeah. So learning a lot about how to like relearning the muscle memory for working in VS Code. I still keep doing Control E to take a markdown cell and try to put it into the preview, right? Into the viewable or the rendered form. That's what they call that. To render it. And that's not how you do it in VS Code. So it's how you do it in what do I want to say? It's how you do it in Obsidian, but not there. Been working in Obsidian for a lot for the last 2 years. A lot more than in VS Code. So let's start working with VS Code again. Relearn that muscle memory. Work with IPython notebooks in VS Code. A lot of stuff is still, I got a little distracted by doing this stuff, but yeah, we did a little bit of CSS styling on the let's see, I did it again. Press Control E. So we did a little CSS styling on that. Get that nice hover stuff going on. Just some cool stuff there. Yeah. We learned to, set objectives, data acquisition, data cleansing, doing some analysis, and then communicating, right? That's the flow. So let's get back into that flow. Right. Okay. Yeah, if I just stick to that kind of like that loop, that yeah, that'll help me to speak towards the workflow. Yeah. Okay. So signing off for now. See everybody tomorrow, and try to get a good night's rest. Come back bright and early. Let's hit it. And practical statistics tomorrow. We'll finish up Python for data analysis. And yeah, it was a good day.